Hey, everybody, this is Dr. David Proden from down here in the North Star Recording Studio, and I am trying out some new um, headphones here, some HyperX. So let me uh, let me give this a try here. Um, it's CNT, hey buddy. So I need to be able to monitor through the headphones here. So let me check out how to do this. Headphones. Okay, I'm not monitoring. Hang on, guys, Ron. So it's new headphones, HyperX, which arrived today, but I need to be able to monitor through the headphones, which right now um, it isn't monitoring through the headphones. So let me go in here, open sound volume mixer. Headset, let's do that. Headset. No, not yet. Let's get out of that. So, hope everybody's having a good day. Let me go back to, um, yeah, spatial sound off, right? Let's try this off. Okay. Uh, Open sound settings, input, choose output. Um, yeah, it should be coming back to the headphones here. So the microphone, is the mic coming through okay? Like, is this loud enough or soft enough? Or because I'm trying to figure out this new headset with a built-in mic. So the reason I went with this was to go with a better audio. But so sounds great. Well, thanks, Ron. Um, so I can't hear myself on the through the headphones. So let me try to figure this out. Okay. Headphones. That should be output. Should be output. Well, come on. Why aren't you not? Why aren't you coming through? So, all right, hang with me. We got the mic going. So sound. All right. So I've got this little nifty. Okay. So that's good. Headphones. Yeah, that's a lot of volume there. Um, all right. How to get audio through my headset and hardware. Okay, sound. If not, like I'll get things going here. So sound, right? So I can see audio. Um, Troubleshoot. I'm not going to sign in. I'm not going to get help that way. Um, Headset. Yeah. Test. So it works. It's just not looping back to the headset. So input headset, output. All right. I don't know. I'll have to mess around with that um, again because it should be looping right back into the right back here. So that's strange because without that, the headset itself doesn't do me much good. So certain apps maybe said to use different sound devices. That's an interesting theory. Um, what do we have for settings here for audio? Um, okay, I can hear echo cancellation automatically adjust. What's going on? Automatically add shared screens. Huh. I this I don't know. So if anybody knows, let me know what's going on. So I can't hear myself in the headphones, but the headphones work because I can go in here to speaker test and then it plays. And this is in StreamYard. So we're all good with that. It's just it's not kicking the sound so I can monitor in real time. So, huh. Okay, monitor in real time through my headset. Um, how do I monitor live audio? Mic monitoring. Jeepers, there's a lot of. Sorry to put you through this, but how do I connect an audio device to live using the appropriate cables? If it's audio or MDI track. Jeez, it sounds pretty complicated. So, oh, here's one. The only workaround. My goal is to hear all the audio that streams in my audience. You get looped audio. So let me try something here. Okay, I think I've got it. Yay. So what it's doing is it's actually kicking out a loop. So it's not actually like in the real time. Um, so I, so I can kind of come in here and sample it on. Okay. So all right. So the audio is sounding good, and I'll give it a check here. You can always try headset brand Road King. They're sold separately. So yeah, I think maybe I need to do. I'm not sure what I need to do. I'm sure it's just kind of messing around with settings more. So today, it's all Pro 11 Hey, buddy, I did a YouTube short that received over 5,000 views. So that's pretty cool because even though it's like 11 seconds long, if you take that five, so you take like 5,000 views. Let's see here. 5,000 views times 11 seconds is 55,000 seconds divided by 60 equals 916 minutes divided by 60. That's 15 hours of watch time that counts toward my monetization. So we're getting closer. But um, so I've talked to people through Stream Yards, and my headset has worked great. I have a Rode King 940. So, okay, cool, Alex. I think if I had somebody on here, I would be getting them in real time, but actually that's something to for me to check here. So let me do this. And all right. Right there, that is the link if anybody wants to hop in for a couple minutes and just to see if I can hear you um, as the guest. And then I have to, if I can, then I'm in good shape. If not, then Monday night when I interview um, Megan Usui on the show, I wouldn't be able to use the headphones. So um, yeah, whoop. So kind of the whole point of the headphones is to be able to do the real time monitoring. So edit name, stop mic cam, mute mic, no. Exit solo layout. So okay. So if anybody there wants to use that link to come in here for a couple minutes, then at least I'll know if this works with somebody else. So it's CNT, it's Ron Wayne, it's Alex. Hey everybody. Welcome, welcome. So today was the concrete pour day. Um, so that seems to have gone well. And now it is curing by the end of the day. Um, the, One of the concrete guys was able to go out there in socks and apply the sealant. Um, and then, so that worked out. And so today it was 70, which is unusually warm um, for this time of year. But tomorrow will be like 60 and then 50 and then like back in the 60s. So actually for concrete curing and drying, this is good weather because it's cooling down now. So we'll be 50s and 60s, kind of like the Hoover Dam, right? Gotta cool it down so it doesn't cure too fast. And of course, we'll be getting into cold months here. So, but yeah, everything looks good. And they had to take down part of the neighbor's fence, so they agreed to that in order to have the access that they needed. They brought the truck onto the road. They didn't drive the cement truck into the driveway because I said, the driveway is 40 years old and it's not cracked. And I don't want any cracks in it from a you know cement truck. So they kept the cement truck on the road and everything got brought in. There's no cracks in the concrete. Um, so, but my where this concrete pad is, it's only 8 inches from the property line, and on the property line is where the neighbor has his fence, and it was there actually before they moved in. But in order to properly work the concrete right on to you know, and then to rake it so it has a broom finish because it's outdoors, right? And it's Wisconsin in winter. And then the other thing was um, that well, they couldn't do the broom finish like that way unless they had this fence because you can't be pulling a broom when literally there's that much. You wouldn't be able to stand there. Um, so anyway, our neighbor agreed to have their fence dismantled, so they took off 4 panels of it, which was pretty cool that our neighbors agreed to that. Um, and then they'll put the fence back tomorrow, and uh, then things, and they're bringing in some dirt because they had excavated around the slab, so they had plenty of room for the forms. And then they'll put in some dirt, and then I'll mix in some grass seed and clover and stuff. And this time of year, that'll take hold. Um, and then, yeah, I really don't think I'll put anything of weight on there this year. Like, I don't really have a need to bring a vehicle onto that side and stuff. I'm going to really give it its full time. Ron Wayne say, "Did you date it? Put your hand in precedent." So no, my youngest daughter wanted to do that, um, and I said no. So, and because it is a broom finish, I don't need. I didn't want that. But where I grew up, when I was a kid, we had a single stall garage, and then it was made into a double stall garage. And when that was being done in the upper right hand corner of the garage, my parents had me put my handprint and then I think my name. So that is probably still there today in a house that they sold back in 1992. Um, but yeah, my handprint is probably up in a corner. So, uh, but yeah, I don't, it's just one of these things. Like, so I have steel siding, and when concrete and whatever is being done, I'm just like, God, I hope nobody takes like a wrong turn or whatever and puts a big dent or rips off a piece of siding or something, because like that stuff, that was kind of my, not my fear, but I was just like, I just having that whole steel side exposed wasn't good. Hey, it's the Mallory report. Welcome, Mallory Report. By the way, I'm looking for someone to come in here. It's up. Let me put it as the post-it pin message. I want somebody to come in here for 2-3 minutes. Just I have the new headset, and I want to make sure I can hear a guest if I bring a guest into here because I can't monitor myself in real time. Um, but I can hear audio. Like if I have my monitor screen here, but it's delayed. So I want to make sure that I can hear a guest. So there's the pin stream. Somebody jump in here for a couple minutes, and then you can just be an avatar if you want. But then let's see if you let's see if this works or not. I still got to figure out why this isn't working. Why I can't monitor in real time. And hey, it's Jim Mallard. So let's see. We have a Jim Mallard in here. So Jim, hang on just a second. Jim Mallard.
Oh, it's the background. Okay, it's on my hair. I was like, hey, look at all that one. You caught me actually working in the bedroom tonight, not from the studio. But I figured you were looking for somebody, so I figured.
I was, and it is the infamous Jim Mallard, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear you, Jim, through my headset.
You're good to me. So
over
here on StreamYard.
Yeah. So I'll have to figure out why I can't monitor myself in real time. I don't know why.
It's probably because you're on a headset and they don't think you need to. I bet you is the problem.
What's your rationale? Is it because the headset doesn't allow that? Whoa, Jim, are you still there?
Yeah, I was gonna say you froze up there for a minute. I was like, you looked like mid-thought, and then it just never came.
Okay. Okay. So what's the reason why a headset doesn't do real-time monitoring?
I just think because it drives you nuts because you're supposed to be good.
Oh, okay.
I'm not an audio engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm sure it's not a default feature but I'm sure there's a way to make it do it. But I'm not that good.
Wow. All right. So, well, thanks, Jim. We do have Alex waiting. So, Jim, not to boot you off, I can bring Alex in as a third.
No, that's fine. I was just hopping on because I figured,
So the audio, everything sounds good because literally I took these out of the box an hour ago.
Yep, you sound good. I'm probably sound worse than normal because I'm just sitting here on my laptop. So, like I said, I just seen you were live, and I'm like, hey, let's go see what he's up to. And then I'm like, he's like, need somebody to jump on. I'm like, let's roll.
Cool. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. And this sounds good. So Take care, everybody. The Mallard Report. Jim Mallard live here, right? In the Duck Pond Tuesday nights at
9 p.m. Eastern.
9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. I gotta always do that conversion here for Wisconsin, like Wisconsin time. So, oh my goodness, yeah.
Okay, so I'll jump out. I figured. I know sometimes it's hard to get people to jump in, so I figured.
I appreciate it.
Working on my newsletter, so I figured.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Yep.
It's Alex Patino.
Hey, what's up, Doc? How you been?
Hey, buddy. So I can hear you.
I can hear you perfectly, just fine.
Okay, good. So I guess kind of Jim was right. Like everything works well here. I was just kind of freaked out because I couldn't do any real-time monitoring.
No, that's great. Yeah, it's good. I rarely get to catch you live, so it's nice talking to you, Doc.
Hey, Alex. Well, I appreciate that. So, how are you doing?
Yeah, doing great. Just coming back to work, and right now I headed to Iowa again.
Holy smokes! So you're doing over-the-road driving?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you make the most money. So that's why I do it.
Hey, you bet, buddy. So are you driving right now? What are you doing?
Actually, that's my co-driver who's driving. I'll take off here in a couple of hours. That'll be my turn.
Okay.
I'll let you go back to your show, Doc. I'll just keep watching.
All right. Hey,
Take
buddy, I
care.
appreciate you helping me out here and checking the headset. So this
Yeah, no
helps me out.
problem.
So good.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you
thanks.
for taking my call, Doc.
Hey, you bet. Our good friend Alex Patino in the field. Alex, take care, buddy.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Doc. Bye.
All right, thanks. So that's our good friend Alex in the field. So Alex, thanks a lot. So hey, yeah, thanks for jumping in here. And let me know that I can do this because I do have Megan on the show Monday night, and I need to make sure that I can hear her. So yeah, apparently, I think what Jim said makes sense. Is if you were monitoring yourself in real time, it would kind of be this weird echo effect. So like what I do on my mic is, it plugs in the bottoms a headset so I can do live monitoring, um, which is okay. It's but the mic, I'm replacing the mic. So this is the first part of a update here at the studio. This is my HyperX, and so this how I got this set of headphones or headset. It's got the bendable mic, and one is I think it looks kind of cool. So, and I wanted something that was over the ear because I have Logitech 390s, which are okay, but those sit on the ear and they're cheaper. They're like 30 bucks, but honestly, like I used those a ton. But after they're on your sitting on your ears for a couple hours, man, just boom. It's John Crump live. Hey, but John, by the way, I've been teaching my superintendent legal issues course. None of the none of these aspiring or new superintendents are aware of the Safer Communities Act, the background check that is in there, that involves 18-year-olds, where whoever's conducting the background check, the the bill, right, the law says that they can request information from a school, although it doesn't say what information, right? We talked about, or I talked about this on your show, and that's still muddy. That there's no clarity out there at all. Um, so, I'm getting this, weekly, asking and asking my students to consult with their legal counsel, and ask the question, hey, if we got this request from Safer Communities bill, how do we respond? Like, what records, what do we share? What do we say we're not going to share the records because of, student confidentiality? And then also, you're giving records to people if they're looking at student truancy or whatever, like, how are they interpreting that, right? So, but this is there. None of the state organizations are coming out with a statement on this. I haven't seen anything at a national level. And again, boots on the ground. Saturday in my class, we went through this again, and people are like, "We have no idea what to do on this." So, so John, I don't know if, like, I think this is an area for you and I to look into a little more. Like, if we talked about it, it's not going to help anything. But I'm going to keep going through my resources and my legal folks who work with schools, but they don't know either. Like, so what I think is going to happen is, like, the school administrators in my class that ask their lawyers, right, their school attorneys, they'll come up with some kind of position statement on this, but it's going to vary district by district. We have 421 districts. Some attorneys might not say anything on it, right? There isn't any state guidance coming out on this. There's nothing we've seen. So, again, I can go into Safer Communities and I can show people, like, here's where it is. But I'm just amazed by this. And I go back, like this weekend, I said to them, you need to go back to your state organizations and also your legal counsel in district and call whoever your lawyer or law firm is you work with and say, we are aware that if you can get me the GOA statement on that, I'd appreciate that. I would, because I'll share it in class on that specific issue of 18-year-olds and school records, because I'm asking, and I'm asking them too. I said, if your attorneys give you any guidance on this, please share it with me, or that we can share it out in class. Talk to them, because sometimes districts will get information and then their lawyers will say, like, well, don't don't share this with publicly or other districts, right? Because this is kind of unique to your circumstances. And uh, but there's one superintendent that I talked to the day after class, and I said, you seem to have, I think, a really terrific legal counsel you're working with. Like, I know this team, and if you wouldn't mind specifically calling them and putting this question out there, because nobody has guidance on this, and this will be the moment when some district is going to be asked, provide us your the student records for this 18-year-old student who is buying a firearm. Again, deer hunting season starts next month in Wisconsin, and we'll have a number of, 18-year-olds who will hunt, but we'll probably have 18-year-olds who'll be buying a firearm. So what triggers, well, it's kind of a pun, right? But it's not going to be every 18-year-old that they would do this background check where they would request from the schools. So how are they doing that? But when the school gets it, like, what should the school do? Because I'm afraid, and I've told my administrators that, I said, you've got to know what you're handing over, right? And that you have clarity on that. And it's just not a cold call coming into an assistant principal or a guidance counselor, right? And they're saying, oh, okay, you're from whatever, you know, or organization or whatever, government organization, government branch, and okay, here, because you're calling us, right? It's, or contacting us, it's official, and so it's really weird, though, right? So just to get in this here with, well, John, thanks. If you can, yeah, because I'm teaching again on Saturday. So I don't know if you can get me anything before then, but it's not the last class. But I mean, I'd like to follow up with this. And it's really weird because people also, so it's that specific question, right? For 18-year-olds, that the school can be asked to supply records. But again, what is the record? Is it attendance? Is it behavior? Is it that they have mental health treatment at some time? Is it grades? Nobody knows. And then how's that interpreted? And on the other side, what if a student then is denied? They're saying, well, you didn't pass the background check, or we're suspending it because of what we found in the school records. Well, how do you appeal that? Right? I mean, I just I'm just like, okay, I will send you an email on that. So, but yeah, I appreciate this because I'm surprised, and this, well, I guess I'm not surprised, but as I shared out with my administrators this weekend, I said, I'm not surprised that your state organizations have given you no guidance on this, because there's a lot of areas where you're not getting guidance, like compensatory education and stuff like that. We could just kind of go down the line, right? And then, but I said, and you have no policy on this, you have no procedure on this in your district, yet there's no kind of template of how you would respond. Um, and this should be pretty uniform across the state, although the state, I doubt, will take a position on it. So they'll default it to the districts. So I'm like, but you got to have this down. You got to figure this out, whether it means you're calling your attorney, and hopefully we'd have some inter-school reliability between 421 schools, that they would be very similar on how they handle this. But I said, you're going to get an issue where you're going to have this request come in, and it's going to be like, we need these now, and someone is just going to turn over a whole bunch of stuff and say, here, you sort it out. Like, maybe there's something in here that can help you make your decision. So again, I'm not saying, like, don't be cooperative. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, we have no guidance on this. Just to say that they can request records. What is records? Is the Beatles White Album? What is it, Ron Wayne? I mean, but it is serious, because schools are typically very protective of their records, their student records, and I mean, definitely give them credit for that. But again, when you are kind of compelled by a a letter agency, or through a government, I think a lot of people just in schools, right, think, okay, we have to turn this over. And if they do turn it over, right, they'll be protected through some, I don't know. But anyways, it was interesting because we are now 2 months into class, and nobody has that. So it's JLM. Thanks for your post on the short, and I think that was cool. Thanks, buddy. And or was it with a video? But thanks, I responded to you, so I appreciate that. So, and he's leaving it play. So get a couple watch hours. So I so what happened here today was concrete. So that's the word of the day. We had we as in me had concrete poured here today, and so let me give a couple pictures here. I have to. My Dropbox is almost full. What do I have here? Yeah, not. I still can push it a little bit. Um, so let me get some photos here. So this right here, Open Sesame, share. Why do I not have my share button? I have a present button. Present screen? What is this? I've never seen this before. Screen? I guess this is the same thing. Ah, it's kind of weird. Okay, so this is the area, right? So this was a couple days ago. Here on the side of my garage, there was an old concrete slab that only went out to this first joint right here. It kind of angled over. And then it was just in horrible shape. They put it, it was just like they, mixed up concrete, right? 25 years ago before, we lived here, and then just basically put it over top what we think was a garden because when they took out the concrete slab, this area here was all sand, and then there was also edging underneath, and you could kind of see also some like metal edging, which might have been like some garden edging stuff they used in the 70s. But and then this was a mixture of like dirt and clay, and we don't have clay around here. We have only sand. Um, so what they did is they dug this down significantly, and then they brought in several loads of gravel. So this is all gravel, and then they went, and after this was in, they mechanically had their thumping machine, to put it all down and stuff like that. So this this comes out further, and there were a couple of reasons for that. Well, one is this concrete pad was messing up with my foundation. Foundation's 8 inches thick, and that's a non-load bearing wall right there. So it wasn't, but it was starting to like fulcrum and mess with the outside of it, like cosmetically, like damaging the outside of it because it was tilting in. So you can imagine, it's 1,000 pounds piece of concrete, right? And then so I needed to get it out of there, and it looked really bad, and because it was cracking so bad, like it would be an inch higher than other things. Like this is, like this doesn't, um, like this is all original, but this stuff was bad. So I had it pushed out further, and I can only take it so far because my property line then starts. This is where you get within 8 inches of the property line. So that fence right there, that's our neighbor's fence, and this was taken down out to about here. Our neighbor agreed to it, and then tomorrow it'll be put back up. But right here, this is 8 inches from the property line. So their fence is right on the property line. So there's actually 8 inches between where the concrete is. And that's by code in our town. You can't, that's as close as you can get to a property line for concrete or something that would be, permanent, as far as like a patio or brick or whatever like that. So actually, like, so this fence isn't in accordance with code because arguably it's actually like on the property line, but that's cool. I mean, that fence has been there for 25, 30 years. And um, but anyway, I could only go this far. So if it would have been nice to bring it a little bit further out and then angle it up, but this still got me 6 feet more. So like all of this is new. So when I pull up here, I can either swing one of the vehicles over here, which I might do. I mean, we only have two vehicles, but um, I wanted that option. Or if we ever sell this, right, that we have this and we have a couple outlets over here, so like electric charging and stuff like that. But in winter, this is the big one. When I drive into the garage, there isn't room to get out on this right side. So anybody who's in the car, you have to stop out here and you have to let people off. Well, the garage isn't very wide. So if the other vehicle's in there and I'd have to pull up kind of with some space to let people out, or I'd have to snow blow over here on the grass, and yeah, it just wasn't conducive to do. So basically, in winter, you can pull up here and stop, and you'll have an area for people to get off and get out, right? And here, this is all broomed, so it's not. It'll have a little bit of grip to it, a little bit of friction. So anyway, let's get out of that and kind of show you what it turned into. So um, JLM official transcripts cost a lot of money. Photocopies of Crunch. So yeah, photocopies of report cards are cheap. It's the same dang thing. Yeah, crazy stuff, isn't it, buddy? Um, so I took a ton of I probably took more pictures today than when my kids were born. So um, so let me just show you where we ended up here. So with that picture, so let's do this. Um, let's do this one. Okay. So this is so this is before it's finished, right? This is when it was first down. Then they floated it, to smooth it down, stuff like that. So this is all my steel siding. So there's a little, so nothing splashed up, which was good. But I was more like, please don't dent up the siding. So they didn't. This is also that concrete curbing I had put in, and they did a nice job putting a little. Um, that's a piece of foam that they'll just remove out of there, and then ideally, like this would have been done after this, but and this is sealed, so I'll just have to get if there's a little concrete stuff on top there, I'll just have to brush that off with a heavier nylon brush. But yeah, so this will look cool, and then it'll just put that in the gap there. I'll just put in some pea gravel or something like that. I did that in the back. No one will ever see this side of the house anyway. But here's our neighbor's fence, right? So they took the fence off. It's kind of weird to have that. Um, so yeah, here's this area. Um, so it's pretty cool. So let me get that image out of here and let's go to um, the kind of the current one. So let's do this. All right. So there it is. And then this red, that is just thick tape that they put down, right? So they'll peel all of that off tomorrow. So they knew where the boundary was, right? And if there's anything over on it, then that'll go. Um, but what I'm really happy with is like this concrete pad is 4 inches thick and was poured, I assume when the house was put up in 78. This doesn't, none of the pads have a crack. Now the apron does, but that's the city put that in, and that's their own fault. When they initially did the subdivision, all of the aprons were bad because the city, the city has the curb and gutter and the apron. That technically we don't have a sidewalk, but the sidewalk would also be city. So, um, but as far as like this, it's really good, and underneath it's compact. It doesn't have any rebar in it. It's but it's cure right over the years. It gets stronger, and it because it sits on a really good base. Like this is sitting on multiple compacted um, gravel. Like will be good. I'm not a big fan because we'll never have a lot of weight on this. This is probably only going to have a car on it, or like a boat or a trailer, which I don't own either of those. Uh, it's mostly also kind of like a work area for me, like to my book, or I can pull up my shop bench, over here if I need to kind of do some things. So this doesn't have to be heavy load bearing. So I don't want to end up. The thing is, like, I didn't want to go into rebar and stuff like that, uh, because um, you get it too close to the surface on a 4-inch um, pour, then rebar. It's Wisconsin, right? Thaw and freeze thaw cycle. Like you can get it, you can crack out rebar, and um, so we went with a just a mix with a, I forget what the slope is, but basically that it's going to give us the compression strength, and we don't really need a lot of tensile strength on this, right? Because it can move this way, it can expand this way, it can expand this way. I mean, it has ways that it can expand for heat and cold, and it also has a 1/2 inch foam gap that goes around the foundation here. So as far as, like, there's an expansion joint here and here and here. There's not a big deal um, with that. Like, I'm 51 years old, man. So um, that other concrete pad was in here for at least 25, 30 years, and I'm not sure I'm going to be that worried about what's happening on the side of this garage here in 25, 30 years from now. But so um, yeah, well, let me bring up I have another picture here to bring up. I'm going to show you guys a little video I took today too. I got 5,500 views on my YouTube short that I did, my 11-second short of the little skidster. So, like, all those black marks, that's all from the skidster wheels. That'll come off, and I'm going to move this bush. Well, I don't even have on stream here. Um, I'm going to move this fire bush. Well, here's the base of it next spring. So this is 15 feet from the road, this fire bush, and I'm going to move it 2 feet closer. So I have a space in here to mow, so I can actually just take my mower through. Oh, by the way, um, before I forget, a person in my town called me today, and they said, "Hey, like, I was at the library and I read your book. It was recommended to me," and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Like, thanks for calling and letting me know." And then they said, how do I get a hold of your book? And then and I said, well, you can go to Amazon and get it, or other places. And they said, well, they don't have an Amazon account. Um, so anyway, they were just saying, I really love the book. Like, is it sold anywhere locally? I'm like, not really. It's just not the way that it is. Um, but I did have one extra copy of the book, and I said, I'll sell it. I'll s- uh, I'll sell it to you for, like, what what you'd buy the book for, right? And I will. Um, it just happened to be I was going around and I'm like, I've got one paperback of extra of this, and then I'm like, well, I'll probably I don't know what I'm going to do with this. Like, I've got all the books that I need, man. I said I'll sign it. Like, I'll bring my stamp, and I'll come to you. I know where this person works. I know this person um, in the community, right? And um, they said that would be great. So I said, I'll bring my pen, I'll bring the stamp, I'll bring the book, and I'll sign it in front of you, and whatever you want me to write, and then the book is just whatever the book is, right, minus shipping and tax, because um, and they were like, that's great. But I mean, so it was this out of the blue call, and just saying, hey, like, and they checked it out twice from the library. So they checked out once and read it, and then they checked it out again, and then they just said, "I'd like to have this. I just want to have the book." And then, um, but not everybody has like Amazon, right? And some people choose not to have Amazon or social media and stuff. So, but anyway, it's cool. Um, so, so bending ballistics, it was 70 degrees today, 70, and 59% humidity and partly sunny. So, perfect for pouring concrete. And tomorrow it will be in the 60s, it'll be in the 50s and 60s for the next 10 days. And it will not get to freezing during the next 10 days. So yeah, this the weather was perfect today for a pour. Um, so yeah, it is. I thought that too. Like, right, if it would have been, cold, we would have not done it this fall. But um, they were able to get in and to do it. So and then they also said, you benefit from doing it this time of year because the cooler the concrete is, the stronger it cures, right? Versus if you do this like, in May or June, and then you have a string of 85-degree days for 2 weeks. That's pretty hard on concrete, especially the surface of concrete can start to scale and stuff like that. So like, today, this whole week was just setting up really well. Um, and then again, so I mean, yeah, we lucked out. So these are where the neighbor's fence. They'll put that back. So it was really weird though to see this. I've never seen this angle before, um, and it was just really strange. So, but and our neighbor kids, they're probably like 9 or 10, and I had to tell them like no basketball, right? You guys can't do basketball. Today, like tomorrow basketball. Hopefully they wouldn't do it tomorrow either. But like this will by tomorrow morning it'll be set up pretty well. Um, it's already by the end of the night or by like 6 o'clock it was already starting to set really well. But yeah, so this is the side of the house. And that's all steel siding. That's hurricane grade steel siding, by the way. We had that put on in 2008. The thing, though, with hurricane grade steel siding that they don't tell you is when it does dent. So there are dents along here, mostly from the neighbor kids throwing these rocks over the fence when they were younger and putting dents in. So they don't hurt the functionality of the siding. And again, it's steel siding and it's not rusting, like it doesn't rot. And, it has a clearance here. Now it's a clearance of 4 inches. It was 6 inches because those slabs had sunk down. But I mean, everywhere else, it's easily 8 inches. I think on the other side of the house, it's like 15 inches clearance. So nowhere is it touching the ground. This is artificial. Well, it's metal, but this is artificial wood right here. So like that'll never rot. Um, but so I checked with you can't really see it here, so which is good. I mean, again, from this side, you can see it's dirty. Here's where the gutter was. So I'll have to clean this and put the gutter back on. Um, but what I talked to people that take dents out of cars, and I said, hey, like, do you do this? And if so, could you, improve? We have a couple dents on here, and they said, nope. It's very hard to do metal siding. And then I talked to our insurance agent, and she said, "Yeah, metal siding is just kind of a no-win as far as like if it gets dented, that's just what you're going to have to deal with." And I'm like, "Well, the front of the house is stone on this side, and then here's metal, but it's like not that big of a deal. I mean, that stuff's been on since 2008, so I mean, it's been on there 14 years and looks great. But it's just kind of a quirky thing of if it does get damaged, you're in pretty dire straits. Like you'd probably have to replace like a whole wall for this to match up, like a whole side. Um, I don't know. I don't think it would change my decision any, and it was really affordable back then. But I think the siding alone is like between 40 and 50,000. Like if it was to be replaced, I was talking with the agent on that. Um, So I know this was hard stuff to cut. They had to get special saw blades when they installed this back in 2008. But it used to be cedar. All this was cedar. Had rotted out from '78 when the house was built. Um, so um, so let's do Ron saying, or ballistic. It's a little cold, yeah. Ron, wow, looks like a different place. Nice. Well, thanks, buddy. Yeah, this is. I think it looks really, really nice, right? And kind of go back here to this. So there's my chair, right? We talked about Doc's chair. It's in the garage there. Um, and I mean, that's just because sometimes now the sun is like really low angle. So if I'm out here and I'm trying to like, do anything on my phone, the reflection is just too crazy. So then I got to go in. Um, but yeah, so like I'm usually sitting out here, and these are just from the skid steer, and all this will clean up. But where the this end it right here. So this part is all new. Plus it like angled over, so like it goes in further. But it looks nice, right? It'll cure. It'll as it'll continue to cure. It'll I think makes the house look a little more modern too. Um, Having this space out here. This would have been cool when my kids were younger because they were always out like rollerblading on the driveway, and it goes down a little further. But then, you could have like swung over a little bit. Or my kids, like when they had their little trikes like going, like this would have been a neat thing, for them to have. But a kayak trailer pad, you could certainly fit a kayak trailer pad over here. So that's 9 foot 6 inches. This width of the pad over here, and that's 8 foot right here on the driveway, and that's 8.5 on that side. It's 8 foot. Right here is 9.5, and then this is 11 feet. So um, Bacon saying, "I knew you do the concrete pours." So yeah, the mason, right, did the coordinated everything and then saw this. So he does concrete and he does chimneys and masonry. Um, and younger guy, it's like in his 30s, but like his he's like third generation doing this. And so then the concrete truck, showed up today. So and then they used the front end loader to scoop the stuff out and to bring it in. But I think that's good because then I think your mix is a little better. I had somebody quote this out for me last year, a builder, and they said, we'll bring a mixer on site, and then we'll bring in bags of, concrete, right? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, because um, I don't know the consistency of that. And if you buy like bags of like Portland cement or something, or, like cement, there's a lifespan on that. So like how long has that stuff been sitting around? And so like here, it was mixed this morning at the factory, and then it comes in the truck, and then it gets poured. So I think you got a better consistency of the concrete when it comes out. So that was kind of my thing, is like, yeah, I'm not real sure about that. Um, Benning Ballistics is saying it was warmer in Wisconsin than in Kentucky today. Yeah, our last 3 days have all been like 70, 72. Today, though, was again 59% humidity, which isn't like real humid, but you could feel that it was. You could feel a little humidity. So even though there was a little bit of a wind, you can tell that it it was short sleeve weather. And but again, for this project, like that was ideal because humid humid air means you're not going to dry out your slab surface, because otherwise on a hot day, right, if you're putting concrete out, you've got to water, or you've got to cover to keep that moisture from especially coming out of the first eighth inch or quarter inch of the concrete, because then it spalls and cracks and stuff like that. But today was perfect, right? Because it wasn't too hot. We had enough cloud cover and the humidity. And then, of course, we have higher humidity now because it's, overnight it drops into the 40s and 50s. So just all around like good, kind of good stuff here. Um, so how much does it cost to pour a side driveway? So um, the the en- the entire project, which included removing the damaged slabs and everything. So like pouring this, right, and then to bring in the black dirt, to backfill this and all that, take down the fence, will be under $5,000. So um, all of the quotes that I had were between, um, well, they were about maybe 44 was the lowest, and the highest was probably about 7,000. Um, so, and part of that is inflation. Like some of, last year's the quotes were lower, but it seemed like the lower quotes, those were people who were like, we'll come in and do it, but we'll mix on site. And then also like, you know, I when they took this stuff out, I was really happy with how they took it out, right? They were careful and you can tell like things didn't get smashed up. And um, so that includes this was they dug all the way along the foundation. We went about 3 to 4 feet down to make sure there wasn't any like cracking um, on the foundation, and to do that assessment because we did have a weird horizontal crack right about where that red mark is, but that was due to that slab inclined and kind of being a fulcrum and pressuring up against that. So then when you could see like it was just kind of a surface thing. It was just that area. So not big, not that big of a thing. Nothing we had to do anything with. And then they took out with a skid steer. They took out and dropped this down about a foot to 14 inches. This whole area, and then they brought in several loads of gravel, like several loads of and then they built it all the way back up to um, about 4 inches below was, but then they compacted and they compacted again. So I would say like this is about 4.5 inches of concrete um, right here. And I mean, our slab is 4.5, and that's um, so yeah. So that was everything, and I thought it was good because like I had gotten some other bids and I'm good with it because other I think you I think like you run a big gamble on especially I'm in kind of a sub metro area that you're not going to be able to get somebody to do this like maybe in spring or whatever. I'm also kind of not sure of what the economy is going to look like. And like this will all be a fine line here. Again, you can kind of see that red special tape they put down that they'll peel back. Um, but yeah, I don't. So I'm happy. Um, but yeah. So dun, 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 let's go back. Um, it's always exciting doing home improvements. This is Ron Wayne. Models. I built a 10-foot expansion to my living room and entry area. Still in awe at the work that's been done. That's cool, Ron. So Ron, in this picture, um, back here in back of this door, this was added on. This is a great room. So this room is, I think this is 20 feet, and then it goes back 16 the other way, and then there's 4 windows that overlook the parkland back here. So it terminated right right here at the water spigot, I believe. Um, it was before we got here, but there's a crawl space under this room, and that's the only room that has a crawl space. And when the builders put on the siding and we're doing some other things, they said, oh yeah, like we can see up above where this was like changed and stuff was tied in. And so that it was kind of weird because the house was built in 78 and it had electric heat, and by like 85 it had this addition on the back, and it had gas heat. And then, we put in a new furnace. Well, there was a furnace since then, and we put in a new furnace a couple of years ago. And now, because and the siding changed a little bit too, so you could kind of tell on the outside that this wasn't all like one build when we moved here. But now, of course, you couldn't tell. I mean, the house looks very modern. Um, but yeah, it's it's not in when you're inside, you don't really realize that the house had an addition. But anyway, it's cool. But this, sitting out here, honestly, for in summer, maybe 80 to 100 days at night and stuff, like, and just having this old crusty broken up concrete slab over here, I just was getting sick of it. I was like, and then also I'm like, I want an area outside where if we have a grill or I can put my bike and put down like a drop cloth and like work on my bike, something that's off the driveway, right? That so for moving vehicles I don't have to mess, and I don't want to have to work on the grass. Um so you guys, there's some jokes going on here. So yeah. Um so that's what went on today. And then again, by early morning, well, by 7:30 they're going to be here tomorrow morning. They were here at like 6:30 this morning working on this. Um and they will be they'll be back tomorrow, and then basically that'll finish things up. And I don't know. What do I have to do yet? Oh, I'll have to replant this. I'll have to replant the grass, which isn't a big deal. And there's some edging that I'm going to do. So let me show you just. So that's my neighbor's fence, right? And so here's where the concrete used to end, right here, and then it angled over to right there. So I'll rip this mold, all of this edging out, in the next few days. And then I have a piece of edging from when I initially edged my house 20 years ago, but it's the industrial and it's a little bit longer than this. And I never threw it out. I always kept it, thinking I might need to replace part of my edging room, but now I've got the concrete curbing. So it's perfect. I'll measure it and I will put it right across, kind of like right here. So I'll dig this out by like 3 inches, and then I'll get all of this and just have a direct. I told my neighbor this too. I'll take care of that. And then I'm going to go get some stone, and I will kind of fill this in. And then there's this, a little bit of gap here. So I'll fill the stone in and the fence will be up. And I also wanted to get some stone from when I put the curbing in. I still had some areas that really didn't have as much stone as I wanted. And then that's kind of it. And then I'll move this fire bush in spring. I'll kind of figure out what I want to do with that. That's doable. It's just going to be a long process. I have to relay all the scallop brick. But yay! There it is. Finally. So dun, da, da. Ron is saying my addition was a challenge. My house was built in 1943. The craftsmanship back then was so different. So Ron, is that like good craftsmanship back in 43, or was it like no, there's no right angle in the house craftsmanship? So, or was it, we don't believe in insulating back in 1943. So a friend of mine is a carpenter, and a lot of the work he does is uh, renovations. And he always just says nothing is square, right? It doesn't matter if it's new or if it's old, like just nothing is square. And you just have to make uh, kind of, I would think it'd be pretty crazy, because I think it was like in 1928 or 1930, like half the US didn't have a phone, and like 25% didn't have electricity yet. So it's a pretty shocking number. shocking electricity. But it's pretty shocking to go back. I'd have to pull up that stat, but yeah, I think it was like 1928 or 1930 that, like, phones were just kind of getting their way out onto farms, and a lot of people lived out in rural areas. And then also, electricity hadn't worked its way out yet to all of these farms. So, um, but so you have to retrofit these houses, right? So you have to put in electrical, you've got to put in your phone lines, and that's why if you go into these homes that are built before, like, the 30s, um, you'll see these areas kind of carved into walls where they would put the phone cabinet. Um, so, but yeah, it's kind of weird here because we had, oh God, when we moved here, there were two wild things. One is there was a pastor who had this house built, right, and he lived here with his family, and then the dude put cable TV in like every room in the house, but I think he did it himself. So when we moved here, there was like the cable quality was real iffy, like kind of fuzzy, uh, and anyway, we called. This is like 20 years ago, right? So we called Charter, and they came out and they said the guy is looking and he's like, Somebody has taken like the signal and they split it like on a splitter, on a splitter, on another splitter, on a splitter." So they just like kept splitting the signal and running their own coax all the way. So the guy, who was really cool, and he said, I'll take all this extra coax out for you, and just like, what are the three rooms where you really want this? I'm like, well, down here, like for the computer stuff. So okay, we got that, and upstairs and two rooms. And I'm like, and so all the other stuff that was running, we just basically disconnected, and he removed a lot of that cable. And there's some of the boxes that are just duds around here. They don't actually hook up to cable um, anymore. But it was this insane amount of coax. I mean, I think the guy removed like hundreds of feet of coax that this other guy had put in here. Um, like I said, and the other thing was like phone jacks. So, like, again, every room had a phone jack or multiple phone jacks when we moved here, and so that was another thing of, and a number of those when we renovated things, we would just kind of take out phone jacks in areas where we knew, like a bedroom, right? Like we don't need a phone jack in there. And but there were some quirky things like that. Thankfully, like he didn't do things that were really disruptive to the house. Um, but it was a lot of uh, I don't know, Mr. Mom type of stuff. So, but yeah. Um, Bacon is saying, so Safety Doc, summer cookout 2023, asking for a friend. So, well, it could be. It could be like right out here. So, um, that's neat. My neighbor, well, if I show you the picture, yeah, it could be right there. My neighbor, this fence is old and it's kind of rotted and stuff. So, like, I hope they replace it at some time. And if they don't, there's enough space for us to put in a fence. That's why also with the 8 inches, like we could put down like we'd have to put it right against the concrete, but to put down like a 4 inch or some 2x6s. And I'm not exactly sure how we would do that, but we did leave enough space if they took it down and we decided we wanted to put our fence up. Um, the reason I do that, right, is because it's too easy for stuff to come over here, especially a basketball hoop, and hit stuff. And again, that's their fence. Ron saying it was back when 2x4s were really 2x4s, both good and strong, just nothing was square. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, kind of crazy stuff, right? The way that some of the construction and And yet, like, I mean, I remember taking some tours of like some 1880s like mansions that were so immaculately put together. Um, but so our neighborhood, this road that swings past our house, if you keep going, eventually you turn a corner and then you get into an area of homes that were all built in the 50s. And they're all like 1,200 square foot. So early 50s, like 51, 52. Um, and so that was like where you could order a home from the Sears catalog, that type of thing. And literally, these homes are the total house is like 1,200 square feet and an outside one stall garage, which is very narrow. Um, so that's again probably about 10, 12 houses down from me and around a corner. You get into this section of homes that were initially put in on this side of town. Um, so one thing I like about where we live is that every home is different. So like my neighbor's home, is built differently, and and the other home next to me has pillars in the front, and like uh, so you can, we're the only home in our area that has this stone, which also is on our chimney, and this stuff is in great shape. This is from in '78 when they redid the siding. They came in and they did a little tuck pointing, but it really only needed very minimal. And this stuff is like, the mortar is great on this. I mean, for to have like a stone, I mean, this stuff is like 4 inches deep. Um, and it's really cool. Actually, this is what our inside of our house where our fireplace is. It's the same thing. But like, that's zero maintenance, right? I mean, I don't even hose that down. And I wouldn't ever power wash that because I think you could mess with the mortar. So that just is the way that it is. Um, and then we have this mailbox that this mailbox is put right into studs, and that thing is probably like 50 pounds. So when I ordered that, when we did the renovation, it's like this heavy cast iron mailbox because I'm like, once it's out there, I don't want to deal with having to replace like a flimsy, junky thing. So that was pretty cool. They still delivered a mail to our door, which is interesting because once you cross the street from us, you go right down the street, then you have to have a mailbox. But and when you start out on where I told you those homes were built in the 50s, they have to have a mailbox. But when you turn the corner, there's a stretch of like 15 homes, and I'm one of them where the mailbox is still allowed to be on your house. I don't know why that is. It makes no sense because like it's not consistent on the street. We just have this special area where there's like 15 homes where the post office still delivers right to the door. Um, and any new construction has to have a mailbox out on the road. So, and it's weird because again, the older construction, the 1951 house has to have on the road. So just sometimes people ask that. They'll say, "Well, why don't you have to have a mailbox like everybody else does?" I'm like, I don't know. It's just the way that it is, right? So, city likes us. So it is Zippy, hey Zippy. So I have my new HyperX Cloud 2, um, which at first I was a little thrown off by this because I can't real-time monitor through the headphones, but then a couple people jumped in as guests and I could hear them just fine and we could communicate real time. So when I have guests on, like on Monday night, this upcoming Monday, um, that'll be just fine. But I can't do real time monitoring with this. So, which I don't know why that is, and it is what it is. But I guess I didn't have that on my other headset either. Um, but this is stage one of the upgrades in the studio because I wanted to go with a better headset because one over the ear is a little more comfortable, although like I still have to adjust. It's a little tight on the top here. And then having a bendable a mic, and I think it's better voice quality. I guess you guys can let me know. But my other headset was a Logitech um, H390, which was $30, which was okay. But the problem with that was it was on the ear, and it was after a while wasn't very comfortable, and then it was a little bit tinny, right? So I want to be able to do a podcast like this. I don't want to necessarily have the mic out in front of me, and now because I turn, I got the three monitors, right? The mic follows me, and I kind of like this look too. Like I feel a little bit like I'm announcing sports, so I'm like a modern day Tony Romo, I guess. But um, I just think I kind of like this look. So I asked the head of Wisconsin Esports, who I interviewed for my class to get some information, and who's going to be a guest on the show, but maybe not in real time. That might be a premiere. Um, but I asked him, I said, what headset do like the high schoolers who do esports, like what do they get? And what do you recommend? And he said HyperX, or I think it was Corsair. Those were two, and that he said are pretty popular. Like sounds good, and so far, like apparently the audio is coming through. And I did. Whoa, just a second. Whoa, I actually have those all the way down. And they're okay. I feel a little tight here, so I'll have to kind of figure that out. So I'll have to mess with them a little bit, but yeah, kind of right. I think they're bendable. I got a little stand that I ordered for them too. So let me put the mic up a little bit. But so it is our good friend Bolo. Hey buddy. Bolo. So yeah, I was. So this is the first thing, was to get a better headset, and then also if I do any or when I do consulting and meetings and stuff like that, the other headset I just thought looked too much like I was in a call center um, at Christmas, taking some calls or something like that. It it, it kind of didn't have the visual presence that I wanted it to have. Um, so this arrived today, and then I'm replacing the camera with a Logitech um, Brio, Brio, and then because this one isn't bad. It's just the you can't adjust anything, like, so the white balance is off on this, and to me that's getting to be an issue. Um, but and then I'm getting a better some better headsets, a better headset. So when I just monitor, right, don't have a mic, and then I'm getting a new mic, a Shure MV7. So I think that's it, right? That's all that I'm doing. To kind of upgrade things. And my Yeti, which I've been using, right? Here's my, I'm not, I don't know. I've had the gain is almost all the way up, and I've got the Yeti is, like 5 inches from my mouth, and it's on the cardioid pattern, so it's picking up what's in front of you. And it's still, I don't, when I level my audio after shows, it's always having to kick it up my, by like 4 decibels to, like, what I think is a hot mic isn't coming through hot on that at all. So I don't know. So anyway, the Shure will be a nice upgrade on the microphone. And that is a USB or XLR. It can go both ways, so it gives me some options. And then, yeah, I don't know if there was anything else that I was upgrading. I think that was pretty much it. So let's see here. All Pro Limited. My neighborhood only has 3 home designs. It's so boring. Yeah. Well, tell you what. So I see that in the newer areas of town, which there really aren't many newer areas of town because our town has very little construction. We have the river and a wetland, and like, when we moved here, there were like 10,000 people, and now there's like 10,100, 20 years later. So, but that is the thing, right? When you get into new subdivisions, a lot of the places look identical. I had a friend who moved to Arizona, built a house. And the thing was, right, if it was in a subdivision, part of it was an HOA, like you could pick from a handful of designs depending upon how big your lot was and things, and then kind of your color pattern. And then if you're sticking with certain builders, right, they basically said, you have like three designs, and of that you can like vary things up a little bit. Like you could have a porch, or you could, we could flip the garage so it's on the left side, not on the right side of the house. But generally, like they're pretty similar. And I see that again in some of the new homes here, and I really like on our block, not on our block, but kind of in our neighborhood, every house is different. Um, it Yeah, I appreciate that. I do. Um, so I actually kind of like too that we have the only house that looks like our house. But it's easy, like when people uh need to, yeah, somebody, hey, like the water heater guy. I'm like, we are got a stone front. It's a beige ranch, right? And there's a tree and a fire bush with red mulch. Boom. There's nobody around here like that. You'll have no problem finding it. Um, we also had, oh, today. So we thought the front burner. So we have a GE glass top stove, right? I mean, which we bought new 12 years ago or something. So, um, but the front burner would instantly go hot. If you had it just on like number one, it would go up to like Nova, right? It was just like almost, and it's under the glass, and it'd be like something was wrong. So we're fortunate because there's a guy, and I'd say this guy is probably in his 30s, and he had a appliance repair business, mobile, and he does everything but refrigerators. And that's kind of what I heard too, is like refrigerators, forget it. Like you just probably have to replace it. But a stove, yeah, stove is pretty straightforward, right? Especially a 12-year-old stove. So I called him and I said, would you come and do this? And he moved to our area, so he's like one town over. And so I was reading in his website, it's a Facebook thing where like when he left the area, the other part of the state, like people were really sad because they just depended on this guy. And he's like, I'm not over there, but now I'm here. So really cool. He came over, and then he's like, he brought in, he had parts and burner stuff, and then he actually said, no, it's the switch. The switch is bad. So he said, I'll order it, and like, I'll have it Monday, and I'll just come over and put it in, and it'll cost us a fraction of what it would cost for new. And everything else works on this stove, right? And it still matches all our appliances, right? So I've just told him, I said, I'm glad you do what you do. Like, thank you. I'm, you know, this is really cool, right? Because otherwise we'd be kind of screwed here. We'd have to, you know, replace this. And is it going to be made as well as what this one is? And, if we're not replacing everything as a set, does it start to get wonky? And so at least, so just thank you, buddy. Um, let's see here. Zippy at Toronway. You mean a 2x4, what they call nominal now, right? The 2x4 they nominally sell is half an inch short, right? Because a 2x4 is an inch and a half by 3.5 inches. Yep. So when I built stuff um, in the house here, like I built a couple doors and things like that, like and I built out a sliding drawer under a cabinet in my garage, the wood a woodwork area, and I built all of that out of 2x6s. And it was really crazy, like the skill I had back then, because like that drawer has no slides in it whatsoever. Um, I just I made it and I planed it down so it fit really well. And then I just took paraffin wax and I went over the sides and the bottom. And you're not taking that drawer out a lot and pulling. That drawer, I built that like 18 years ago, and that whole thing in there, boom, and it works perfect. Like even today, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I couldn't replicate the stuff that I built in this house when we initially moved here. I think part of that is because nobody tells you when you're young and a first time homeowner, like you can't build this, like you can't make this door, or you can't do whatever. Like so you just kind of do it, like you figure it out. And like I like I said, and I built two doors that I made in this house, which are phenomenal. Like um just yeah. So kind of those weird things of I'm looking kind of in awe at some of the early things that I made, which are like really, really well made. And so, oh, the safety dock control panel, you can control mic volume and boost if need be in real time. So is audio coming through okay on here? What? So I would go through on this mic, Zippy. Are we good? I think so. When I would go through on the Yeti, so the Yeti is turned almost all the way up on gain, which it shouldn't be for like being 5 inches away. Um, and so something is going wrong, or the Yeti might just be wearing out. I've had it 5 6 years, and personally, I'm not really sold on the Yeti. I think it's going to be much better with going with the Shure microphone, which is a much more expensive. Um, but yeah, so Bacon, I love putting a mic through the PC audio. The noise filter is great. So yeah, I don't, well, I don't know what to do here. Um, so I could monitor in real time if that's a possible. It seems like that should be a possibility with a headset that you should be able to monitor in real time because I can do that with my Yeti. Um, I can plug in and I'd be able to do it with the Shure. I can plug headphones in, but I don't know. But again, now that I think about it, I don't think I could monitor in real time on my other Logitech either. So, and they lie saying a 1x5 by 3x5 does equal in strength to a 2x4. Yeah, no kidding. So, you know, so when this house was built, it has Douglas fir rafters. It had thick, heavy rafters. Um, so when I put drywall in the garage because the garage was all open when we moved in, and so put the and it was screwing into the rafters, and man, that was a chore. Um, that was a beast, and yeah. So and we have um, the heavy the plywood, not press board, but like the heavy 1978 plywood for the floors that everything is put on. So like the house, there's no press board. I mean, it's really well made. Um, that's one of the things, right? Is we have a really well made house. And I know like homes now they're building because I had a friend that just had a house built and they didn't do copper tubing for their copper pipe for the water. They didn't do PVC or CPVC for hot. What they did, it's just tubing. It's like a clear or white tubing that goes through. And then I was like, holy smokes, man, I don't know about that. Hey, it's Corn Pop's Revenge. Hey buddy. Um I I'm kind of like that doesn't seem like a good long range plan, but apparently it meets code, and but you're putting all that behind drywall, and once that's it, I'm just like I just have a hard time getting it through my mind that 20, 30 years you're not going to have leaks, or that this stuff isn't going to kind of get brittle, or um, and it's an expensive house that he built. I mean, I'm guessing he spent like $800,000 on this place, and the whole thing is got this it's like a garden hose, but it's like white, and that's where their water comes through for hot and cold, like throughout the whole house. And I'm like, I just I was looking at it and I don't know, was there put into? I'm like, what? Well, no, they don't do copper, or it's an option, or I don't know. I'm glad I've got copper. I just this would make me nervous to have this other stuff that you've got going on here. I would not. I didn't say that, but I was just like, I think I went home and kind of looked at up. Still was like, I don't know, man. Um, so like the house is one thing I didn't think about until today is like I have 10,000 pounds of firewood sitting on in the corner of the room next to me, and granted, again in the basement, and and I've been doing that for 20 years, but like I put it up on 2x4s. I think they're I don't know if they're nominal or not. They're older. They might be regular 2x4s, but I put everything up because hypothetically, well, I want a little air circulation underneath, and if we ever did have water in the basement, which we haven't, but if something happened when because we have windows, storm and a window breaks and a little water gets in, if there's any wood down there, I want to elevate it. Um, but I'm like, I've got a hell of a lot of pressure on that floor, but I never have any cracks over there, and that's next to foundation anyway, so like it presses up against the wall and the foundation goes down. Um, but I'm kind of like, I don't know. Um, I got maybe I don't know how much. I guess I could figure out the pounds per square foot that I've got down there, which probably isn't a lot because obviously um, you'd have I probably have 6 feet coming out by 10, so I'd have 60 square feet, right? That the weight would be distributed over. So, you know, um, anyways, it's not been. I was just kind of thinking about that. So, JLM said they have a new tool for that, but you have to drive the screws slowly or the drywall screw will snap. Got it. Zippy to bacon. The mailbox, it got ran out. They took out the pole and all. The pole is 10 feet from the road. Holy smokes. Yikes. It always seems like people I know that have mailboxes, that they end up having to replace their mailbox every couple of years, right? Or, if you're in the country, when I'm out biking, they have these big fortifications built around these things because snowplows take them out. So people will put down posts and other things to try to protect them, but it just seems they just don't last very long. I wouldn't want to be in the business of just having to perpetually replace mailboxes. JLM, they outlawed lead in plumbing only several centuries late. Yes. Yeah. Copper is fine as long as it's not in the ground. Yeah. So we have no copper in the ground. Um, and so Corn Pop saying, Wawa was open. I'm so happy right now. The first caramel frappuccino I've had since we got hit by the hurricane last Wednesday. Well, good, buddy. I had a black coffee this morning, and I went early to get it. So we have a gas station. It was called Quick Trip. And I could actually walk from my house to that, but like carrying a coffee by the time I walk home, it wouldn't be hot anymore. So I went there and I got coffee and 2 donuts just to kind of be juiced up when this whole project started this morning. Um, and yeah, so that's cool. Um, Zippy saying, can't send government officials and water company officials to jail would screw up the market more than it is. Well, there's the reason the market is screwed up with that. Yeah. You know what's going to really mess with the water is the PFAS, right? The petrofluoro, whatever, PAFS. Because communities are testing for this, but there's not like a state level at least or a federal level, but so there are some communities in my state where they've said, oh, this is too high, but then what do you do about it? And there was one area where people were trying to, sell their homes and they couldn't because the stuff was coming up pretty high. And I said, well, you know, we'd have to have a new water treatment plant. And so in our city, I don't believe they've tested, because when I was running for city council, I think I asked that. And it's one of those things like you could test and find out, but then what do you do and what really is a standard? So it's kind of like if you're not required to test, a lot of these places just like don't test. Um, so there's Bacon's to Zippy. This is why I put tannerite under the foundation of mine. Whoa, ours is brick. JLM, I found out something recently. The older we get, the less we can tolerate sugar and carbohydrates. Was that like through research you found that out, or is that through like a personal experience? Um, I'll tell you, the older I get, I cannot tolerate anything that's cider, like, well, like apple cider, um, spaghetti. The sauce has to be like really mild, um, or else it's like heartburn. So those, like, I will go through a menu now. I mean, lasagna is just kind of heartburn city for me. I'll go through a menu now and I'll be like, nope, just because this will be heartburn. Thankfully, like tacos and stuff, I still can spice that up and I'm good. But so must be tomato based or whatever. But yeah, as a kid, like I never really had that, but I think it is one of those as you get older type of things. Um, it's weird too because when I don't do a lot of sugar, and I think that now, like, if I do drink sugar, like, I drink a lot of this stuff. This is just unsweetened tea. It's just tea and water, right? There's no carbohydrates, no sugar, um, and it's cheap. Get Walgreens or Walmart. Um, but when I do have sugar, like a Coke or Mountain Dew or something, uh, I can tell, like, whoa. So when I teach my classes, because when I teach on Saturdays, I teach from 8 to 5, and at noon I have a bag of Skittles in my lunch. And the purpose of that is to juice up my sugar levels, right? To glucose, because when you're teaching, you're burning through a lot of glucose too. You're thinking, um, and I have a Monster. The only time I drink Monsters is when I'm driving back from the university, because it's a 2-hour drive and it's after I've been, on my feet all day teaching. So just not like physically worn out, but, kind of mentally, um, just want a little boost of a caffeine. And wow, like I actually keep one in my trunk. I have to make sure, well, class will be done before it freezes and then I'll get that out of there. But in case I like forget to get one, um, but, uh, but yeah, I will have a Monster when I get my car after class and kind of nurse that on the way home. So, um, but yeah, coffee now, because I don't do coffee every morning and I used to, and like I used to when I brewed my own coffee, man, that stuff was just crazy. 'Cause, I mean, it's super powerful. But when I do like straight black coffee now, I get like a 20 ounce, like I can tell like it's kind of a little shaky, but and I do that before I bike my long treks too. And I'm done probably biking for the year. Actually, I should bring my bike in this week, but um, bring it and store it downstairs. But yeah, when I would bike a long trek, I would always start out with 20-ounce coffee, because that gets you through the first 10 miles. You're just running caffeine through your body the first 10 miles. And then after that, you're good to go, like on a very long ride. But it's kind of like it's like a flywheel. It just has to kind of get you going. And I learned that from Nikolai Razvayu, the Soviet cyclist who I wrote about. So um, qualified immunity, the safety doc. Damn, Tannerite. You bad boy. You'll make your mailbox. And I'm not doing Tannerite. that's that's bacon you're talking about, right? So, um, medicines and BPA and water making us weak. Well, it's it's pretty crazy to think of all of the stuff that's uh, in the in the water, and then also yeah, I think the medicines, and also the food preservatives, right? The stuff that gets put in that I I I watched a documentary once, and it was something with the funeral home industry or whatever. But basically, the the angle of this was that um, in the 90s, the funeral directors, right, and whatever, they bodies just started to not decay as quickly, or if they exhumed somebody, and it and they were saying it was because people were eating more preservatives, like it was having an effect on that. But yeah, I mean, I'm thankfully, kind of uh, don't require a regular medicine and stuff like that. Uh, and I have a metal water bottle, stainless steel one that I drink out of. But yeah, I'm with you there, JLM. It was a doctor. The jobs are killing. Oh wow, yeah. Read the label. Well, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm with you. Um, uh, what about mead, Doc? It's supposed to be a different kind of sugar than ciders. I don't know. I gotta look. Uh, Corn Pops Revenge, a company called Mosaic, is ruining a lot of rural farmland here in Florida. Evil, operating phosphate mines, and they end up contaminating groundwater and spreading radioactive particulate. That's horrible. Wow. That is yeah, that's when I thought about, like, living in the country, right? But one of the liabilities of that is if, your own groundwater, like your well water, and if your well water gets contaminated, the value of your home drops, you know, sharply, right? Because either there has to be this very extensive filtration system, someone's going to take that on if they buy it, or you're going to have water brought in. And I think that's the case in it's Arizona. I don't know if it's like rural Phoenix or Tucson where these people were building, and then their groundwater got contaminated, but it was like, I don't know, it's kind of radioactive or radon, or someone was leaching out. But anyway, they can't use it. Um, and uh, anyway, they're pretty much screwed with these homes. So I had a buddy break a section of his garage off his foundation from the amount of ammo he had stored in the section of his garage. Well, I'm glad you shared that, because I am starting to have now. I I that corner of my basement was completely. I clear that out every year. Like when I have the firewood in, I always take any leftover firewood, move it over to the center of the room. So like there are zero cracks over there, zero anything. But I am very much thinking now that I have to broaden the base over there. Um, and because again, I've got 10,000 pounds of firewood over 60 square feet. So, which doesn't sound like a lot until you're kind of like, well, that's like 3 cars and stacked on top of each other in the corner of your room there. Um, so thankfully in my garage, like it's just two vehicles. There's really nothing in my garage. And that's one thing, like with that porch, or with that pad outside the garage, like the only thing over there would ever be a vehicle, and it would kind of be temporarily over there if that was the case. It's more or less meant, right? If somebody had a trailer or you had to, kind of move something over there, short term, you could do that, but that's not meant to have a huge amount of weight on it, as is like our just regular driveway. So the person down from us, they had their driveway basically just destroyed by a truck that came in. They had a new roof put on like 2 years ago, and this truck pulled in with all of the shingles on and everything, and it took out an entire slab on their driveway. It just crumbled it because of the weight. Um, so, it's one thing where at least some of these vehicles, they have the big wide tires to spread that out more. But yeah, I'm thrilled that we got through the whole concrete pour without any damage, to the existing concrete, no cracks, no nothing. That was kind of my thing. I don't know. Um, so Zippy is saying, um, things that I throw things at Fox News on my TV when they praise qualified immunity. They fail to see it turns officials into untouchable nobles. So yeah, there's a high level in government, and there's actually a high level in schools too. When I talk with my administrators and we go through case studies, right, and legal stuff, um, I do say, like, if you're acting, um, if you're using professional discretion and using your training, um, and you're acting in the best interest of students or the situation, you're probably going to be fine in most decisions that you make, right? Unless you're egregiously doing something outside of board policy or something that a reasonable person, so someone in your role, wouldn't reasonably do. So, um, and that has to be for a fact finder or a jury, like that has to be pretty significant. Not that it doesn't happen; it can happen, but if you are doing what you think you're supposed to be doing and trying to follow policy, and you can document how you're informing your decisions, you're probably in good shape. Um, but as I say that, I kind of say that, one is like, I'm not a lawyer, and the second thing is, you never know, like a district attorney, right, how they're going to interpret something that's going to come up, or a fact finder or a judge, right? Um, and so I think I was sharing in here too that I was going to do a case study on, in my class, about cyber ransomware on a school, and I decided not to do it. Not because it doesn't happen; it's actually happening with more frequency, and it's happening in my state, but all states, but happening here. But the thing is, the superintendent has a very minimal role in that response. Um, it is the Board of Education and the insurance company, which largely just makes the call, which is to pay the ransom. I mean, virtually in every case, almost every. I don't know a case where they haven't done it, or if maybe some of this isn't even made public, but they pay the ransom because well, it's taxpayer dollars, I guess. And the other part is, they look at that, right? If I'm on a board of education, I'm elected, maybe getting paid $3,000 a year total or something, and you're saying, well, if this student information gets out there, confidential records or something like that, and there's something we could have done to prevent it, would we be liable? And an attorney for the district is probably saying, well, po- possibly somebody might be able, anybody can sue you, right? And then, you know, so, but it's kind of this truth or trusting in thieves, right? That they're going to do the right thing and give your data back and not keep a copy and still release it or something. But it's not even it's not worth doing as a case study, because you're pretty much on the sidelines. It's your board of education and the attorney and the insurance company make make the call. And then it's kind of afterwards you might be involved in, like, how do you communicate this out, and do you your insurance company will probably say, yeah, you can offer people like credit monitoring for a year or something. And I don't know. It was something I was kind of jazzed about. I was like, this would be a great case study. And then it was just like, nope, because there's really not much to think through on that. I realized, like, well, one, sugar. I mean, I don't eat a lot of sugar, and so, um, but when I was eating a little more, like, um, small candy bars or like Skittles, like I'll eat Skittles during class, but that's kind of it. I did get like sugar headaches, and I didn't realize it once until I kind of connected the two, right? And then when I cut the sugar out, except like, episodically or something like that, or periodically, I guess you'd have to say, or sporadically. Not that big of a thing, but when I was kind of like, so let's say it would be after Halloween and there'd be leftover Halloween candy, and I'd be working on it for a week, like eating it. Like I would get these, and they would be severe. Like they would last for a day or two, and but then again, it just correlated. Like, and I don't know if that's also if that's genuine sugar, if it's because of the processed sugars, but um, which farmers cows then eat. It gets into their bones and meat. At worst, it kills the cows. At best, it makes it so they have to sell their beef at a lower price. So, yeah. Um, CTAC. I ate a bacon. Darn autocorrect. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the brain only burns up to 25% of caloric intake. Yeah. Um, to the bacon. I refuse bacon to Zippy. I refuse to even give CNN the clicks or New York Times for that matter. Only time I see is if a vendor has it on. Yeah. I I don't. I'm so just over the news, right? Because it's even local news, unfortunately, because I live in a metro, or my news is metro because I'm one county over, is just so measured, so curated that it's just useless. Um, it's weird because even like our local newspaper, it's not really local anymore. Like what shows up on our newspaper 75% shows up on the neighboring town's newspaper. It's all the same newspaper, right? Um, although they have different, this is your Portage newspaper, right? But it's mostly like Baraboo and Reedsburg, and um, the so and the headlines are rarely stuff that's happening in the city. The headline might be like, this is happening in Ukraine, or whatever. So they're not even, it's not leading off with something that's happening in the city most of the time. So I'm like, um, just kind of sad. Like we had a newspaper when I was growing up, and it still is there, the Record Review in my hometown, and it came out every Thursday. And you look forward to it as a kid because they'd have pictures of what was happening at the school. I mean, there'd be like a whole section, like this school pictures, things that were happening around town, and it had no national coverage, right? It was just local, so it was pretty cool. Um, so Bacon saying, I've researched most preservatives. Most of them are harmless. There are things in your food to be a lot more worried about. Okay. I kind of feel like I should be more aware of what I'm eating, although, like, I don't eat a lot of processed foods. My wife is a very good cook and, makes things that aren't coming, you know, that you just put in the oven and warm up. And I don't eat, I mean, yeah, I, Uh, so let's see here. Um, Zippy is saying, my brain chems are a bit off. I'm very lethargic. It's not thyroid. Take ibuprofen, or I think so. It helps me focus and mental energy, but damn, sugar is nice when I need a low. Because, yeah, and because I've kind of weaned off of sugar, like when I do hit sugar or like caffeine or coffee, right, it does have an impact. And so Um, I have no, your tolerance goes away after you like have it all the time, then you need more and more and more. But when you don't do that, and you're weaned from it, then when you have it, you're like, holy smokes. Um, Sippy, mold is not a food, and neither are minerals. Also, arsenic. Arsenic was the thing in the water in Arizona, there were many subdivisions which weren't connected to the city water supply, and I don't know, Scottsdale, Tempe, wherever it was, but they could go down and get a water source, but then the water source was contaminated with arsenic, which was naturally occurring. But then really like there was no feasible way to mitigate that of a home system to take that out. And at least like that's what I was watching. And I have a couple friends who are kind of sharing that with me and saying, like, yeah, like, if you're not on a city water plant out there, you know, it can be really bad news one day. JLM saying, old drug to treat depression before Prozac. I've been eating more bananas. I think the I don't know if it's the niacin, and bananas are also a slow burn. I typically get them where they're still green, but not like really green. But then it takes longer for your body to break down the carbs and sugars and stuff when they're still mostly green. They don't taste the greatest when they're that way, right? But then so when I bike, I always bring green bananas because they will break down as I'm out biking. So, dun, dun, dun. I'm saying I got down to just coffee and smokes. I indeed 30-06 black tip into my old house's foundation. That particular Garen's firing pin was frozen forward from shooting lots of surplus corrosive ammo. Followed 4 rules of gun safety. No one was harmed. Holy smokes! Wow. Oh my goodness, that sounds crazy. Gentlemen, well, going to scramble some eggs to eat. I could go for eggs. My youngest daughter loves eggs. Always is making eggs, scrambled eggs. Zippy to JLM. Coffee is a bit hard on my stomach, so I can only drink so much of it. But I do use more nicotine lozenges than caffeine pills. The nicotine almost works as good as the bupropion. Interesting. I think after I was doing like really heavy duty coffee, like mixing it super strong when I was percolating my own, I had to start adding in some coffee creamer to kind of make it a little more tolerable. But um, I so corn pussy, I love sugar and I love spicy stuff. I I have many hot sauces, right? My kind of collection, and I use it whenever I can. So, um, which is not how I grew up. I grew up in you know a family that it was potatoes and hamburgers, and like hamburgers. When I say hamburgers, like a hamburger, like no bun, whatever. It was just like in a frying pan as a hamburger. Um, and so just most of the meals were just what you'd think very Midwestern type meals, mashed potato and hamburger or pork, or once in a while we'd have spaghetti and stuff like that. But um, so like I never had Mexican food, any Mexican. I didn't have a taco until I got to college, and I didn't. It was a Taco Bell. I was a junior in college, and my roommates and I was like, oh God, like begging them not to go there because I'm like, I won't get anything off the menu. I don't know, and I got a chili cheese burrito and like a steak soft taco, and I was instantly like, "Oh my god, this is awesome." Neither of those are on the menu anymore, but and then one of the guys who played on our softball team worked at Taco Bell. So if he was working and like you went in order, then he would load it all up, so you get a whole bunch of steak in your steak soft taco. But um, so yeah, I didn't have Mexican food until I was 20, so not at all. And I haven't been to a McDonald's in 10 years, maybe. But growing up, like that was a big treat. The neighboring town had a McDonald's. Now there's one in my town where I grew up. But so every couple of weeks you'd get over there. And when I was first couple of years in college, right, there's McDonald's nearby, and that was a big thing. Um, you'd be surprised how much energy you can have having no carbs at all. Just saying. So cool. When I figured when I bike, like I really take that as a science. When I'm out for, well, I know what to eat and what to bring if I'm doing 40 miles or 70 or 100, right? I can match the food up to that, and the it's always water, except if I'm doing a longer bike ride, I'll bring a coconut water, and I'll probably throw in a Gatorade too, just for electrolytes. Although I won't do a Gatorade on a short ride. I'll just bring water. Um, but yeah, I've got a really good system where it's very rare to have like my quads or hamstrings cramp up on a long bike ride. Very rare for that to happen. And then I also bring along salt tablets. Not that I've had to use them, but because some days when I'm out biking, I mean now season's done, but um, my my arms literally look like salt licks that a cow would come over and lick the salt off your arms. You just sweat out, and then your arms just look all salty, and they have this real gritty feel. And like if you were to actually look at it, it tastes like salt because it's salt. Um, so, but I'm 52. I'm 51. Going to go back to a job, I think. So, um, so you're retired or JLM or what's and don't have to share, but so I'm going to build off of what you just posted there. I am 51. I'll be 51 in a month, but I say 51. Um, and I basically retired, I don't know, like 3 years ago, but kind of like semi-retired because during the pandemic, I was doing a ton of consulting, educational special ed stuff, mostly like California, but I was doing a ton of consulting, like, and then I still teach 3 university classes, but I was thinking, which are great, absolutely love that, but I've really been contemplating kind of returning to the consulting, um, and getting back into that because, well, I enjoyed it. I was good at it. The reason I didn't do it, I got out of it after really the pandemic, was California is 2 hours ahead, and that was most of my consulting, and people just want it more and more and more. And you know, so if I'm consulting at 3 o'clock their time, their end of the day, well, that's 5 o'clock my time, right? And in winter, it's already dark here by 4. So, if it's a meeting from 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 for them, I'm not done till like 7 at night. And then if I have something I have to put together and you know, write up or something and get something to them, that's 9, 10 o'clock. And then by that time, I'm kind of like, well, not really into that. I'm uh, so that was getting to be a bit long, but I'm kind of thinking about that. And part of it is right because that's just down here. I just do that in the studio. Um, I don't want to get it into anything where I got to drive and stuff like that again. Um, but it's been kind of gnawing at me a little bit. Either that or I don't know if the university would expand my role right now. And the other part is the university is 2 hours away. So in fall, I teach in person, spring, I teach virtual. But so when I go on the weekends, right, it's a drive, I get reimbursed for mileage and stuff. But I, I might, I used to teach for like 2 universities, and I've taught with this one for 19 years, but I might like go back and try to work split and pick up like another fall spring class that I'm teaching. I don't know. I got to think that out a little bit. Um, it's kind of, I mean, it's very well suited to what I do. I used to teach statistics and stuff like that. So um, I've got to spend a little time and kind of inventory my options. It's very hard for me personally to not be uh, busy between November and March because I'm not an outdoor person. It is 20 degrees to minus 30, like here. It's snowy, it's icy, So if you think, oh, like you just go out and take a walk, well, it doesn't really walk. It doesn't work that way because everything is icy, right? Or somebody, they clear off, even if they have a walkway through town, which we don't in all the areas because we're the third oldest town in the state. But things, you never get down to the bare pavement. I mean, you still have ice there and things thaw and freeze. So, like, even if it was cleared off, right, things get icy. So, you got to wear like cleats or crampons to have grip. And, so that's there's this whole it's not really the cold as much. It's just this, it's slippery. Like, that's the deal. So yeah, I guess I could get like a membership to a gym, and like our hospital built this huge fitness center like 8, 10 years ago with indoor pool and a track. And I don't even know if it was that long ago. And that's actually within walking distance of where I'm at. And, you know, but you can't just get like a winter membership. You have to get like an all year membership. And I'm like, well, I wouldn't go there otherwise, because like in summer, right? I can walk. I'm not going to walk inside of a building. I'm not really into the swimming thing. That's not big attractor for me. And like, so there wasn't biking. So it's like so basically November to March, I want to be busy. So that's where if I'm teaching classes or if I'm like writing my books or updating my, curriculum for class and stuff like that, like I just kind of load that stuff in. But that's where like if I was doing consulting, again, I did a lot of consulting during those months and I really throttled things back when it got to summer. Um, so I don't know. I've been thinking about that recently of what I want to do because the winters get long, right? And the other part is like, well, I mean, yeah, I could fly out to, some friends who live in hot weather areas for a couple days, like 3 days or something, and fly back. But or you could drive, but then I don't know. I'm not really I'm not really into driving from here down to like a Florida or Texas to visit people for a few days and then drive back. So I don't know. I've got to I've got to think it out. Um, I used to teach a lot though over like the winter break. Um, that was a big thing. So uh, Corpop, just work out and get in shape. I'm willing to bet these people take SSRIs are out of shape. I see you're kind of giving a discussion back to like Zippy and JLM um, and I didn't do it. I, I think it's been about a week, but like at night, I will go over the high school track is 2 blocks away, and it's a rubberized track. I mean, it's nice, so I can walk the track, and that's I'm not running the track, but I will walk. So 4 laps is a mile. So I try to walk like 20 to 25 laps, um, and just take my time on that. But that's really nice. It's just peaceful. And then a block beyond that is like the hospital helipad, which was added in because that whole hospital area that's been built since we got here, like on this side of town. And and that's always busy. Like if I'm outside on my chair or something, there's always like the medic chopper flying over, and then the helipad is like there's always something landing or taking off there. Um, so so the other night when I was out, there were 2 helicopters that came in on the there's only one helipad. It's like one was like hanging around, and then the one landed, and the other one takes off. These ambulances were flying in, and they had the horns going like the whole time through town. And I'm like, and you just, whoa, they're going. And I'm like, something big must have gone down. So I went home, and then I was checking like the scanner and stuff, and there was a accident, multi-vehicle accident, like 8 victims. Like nobody died, but one person, their leg severed off in the accident. So I was like, holy smokes. So, um, but that was, I don't mind like the chopper flying because it kind of flies over our house. Like I don't notice that it's not a detractor or anything like that. But anyway, like you're talking about like activity, and I try to stay active. The thing, like the track by mid-December will be snow covered, and then that's it for the year, because no one plows the track, right? Because um, it's special surface and stuff, so it just doesn't get used until really probably April. Everything kind of melts off. So um, it's weird though. Where I live in Wisconsin, maybe once every 3, 4 years, you'll get 50 degrees up until Christmas, and so it'll be like no snow, and then winter becomes pretty short, right? Because January, February, March, even if it goes into April, like it just is not going to go longer than that. Like it's going to warm up. So psychologically, when it does hit, then you're like, well, I've got some extra months. November, December were pretty good. So, but it's like a couple of years ago, we had a heavy snow on Halloween, and it was cold. I took my daughter trick or treating, and it was like 22 degrees out, and it was snowing, and I was just shivering. I mean, um, and that it never warmed up after that. We had snow on the ground and more snow, and it just like boom. And my birthday is the first week of November, and up north, like there was always every one of my birthdays, there was already 3, 4 feet of snow outside. It was just like cold, and um, so now that I live more in the southern part of the state, yeah, maybe once every 3, 4 years, you kind of get that fall that goes on a little bit longer. Um, these drugs are mostly fluoride, this GLM, which causes apathy, exactly as you stated. You don't feel happy or sad, you feel nothing. So, I was watching a podcast of Masculine Geek, and they had Brian Bowden on as a guest who I wrote about Brian and did an interview with him. It's my book. Um, and the interview was about what he was observing when he lived in New York in the Bronx. And actually, he's moved now to Florida with his family. Um, But Brian mentioned on the show, I think last Wednesday, that fluoride messes with the pituitary gland, and the pituitary gland has a lot, per his research, has a lot to do with processing and kind of insight, kind of intuition. But I don't want to make that sound like superstitious. There is this thing, right? This quality though of tacit knowledge where we process things kind of at the subconscious level. It's like firefighters. Gary Klein would research firefighters on a burning building on a roof, and they just kind of know when to get off. Like the moment they get off, like 2 seconds later, the roof collapses. Um, and he said that messes with the tacit knowledge, right? So, um, and Bacon saying, I remember riding with a group that took biking way too seriously. It was funny keeping pace with them after having pizza. Oh, they are bananas on my street bike with a 10-pound wheel set. Holy smokes. Um, so I, and just again, so mic is coming through good, right? Because I have like no feedback. I'll have to listen to this later to see how the mic is. I got this for an upgrade. That's why I have a headset. But um, so I don't bike with anybody. When I was younger, I would take my kids and we'd go out biking, right? But I don't bike with anybody. And we do have like biking clubs in the town and stuff like that. And I'm just like, a couple of people have asked me, um, you know, where do you bike, or do you want to like bike, or there's like this biking club. I'm like, yeah, I get it. but I bike at my own pace, and I don't want to be talking to anybody when I'm biking. I am I'm not antisocial. I just want to um, just take in what's happening around me, right? And kind of change up my route, change up my pace. Maybe I want to bike, at a fast pace for a mile. And oh, someone else, if you're doing, yeah, I get it, right? But the other part is I bring my speaker and I play a podcast, right? Usually, or a documentary or something. And so, like on the second half of my trip, I'm usually listening to something. Um, but I just like it's not my thing. I did that a couple times. Like I would bike with other people, and this is what would happen. One is they would bike usually faster than I would bike. Not that I bike slow, but I'm a distance biker, and these people weren't necessarily distance biking. So like they'd be used to like flying for 15 miles. And I'm used to like biking for 70 miles. So that it would always be like I'd have to change my pace, and then that would screw me up because I'm used to I'm used to biking distance. So when you have to up your pace at the start, then that doesn't bode well for like the longer you go. So I'm like, I'm not liking this. Like I don't want to be flying. Plus my bike is heavy, and so, you know, just and then the other thing is like people they want to do like side by side, and then they just want to talk while you're biking. And I'm like, yeah, that's okay for a while, but like if I'm gonna talk, then unless I probably had a headset on, like a snowmobilers, they do, and they can talk to each other and stuff like that. Um, maybe that would be something, but I'm not going to do that when I'm biking. You know what I'm saying? But it's just weird. Like I just don't. I'm just like I don't want to do this. This is not a group activity for me. So, um, but yeah. So what I don't really get asked that anymore, and I don't seek that out to be a member of these groups. Um, is just I bike solo. That is just my thing. Uh, so, Corba, well, good night, buddy. So, thanks for stopping in. Hey, we are so close to being monetized. It is how far to get? How is it monetized? Or I have to. So we're within a couple hundred hours now of being monetized. So I think we continue the regular shows. We get Megan Usui coming on. Monday if I could throw in a couple of these. So hey, before I got a 3-minute video here, I want to show you guys what happened today. This concrete pour. So I think I've got it so it'll show. So let me do this as share screen, present, present screen, share screen, Chrome tab, and just a second here, guys. Just a second. I think I've got it. Okay. All right. Let me no, hang on. Stick with me here. I got to find my StreamYard. Okay. Present. Hang on. Present. Present screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Share with audio. So you should be able to hear the audio on this. Flip. So that's the little skidster coming in there. So right there's the cement truck. All right. So, so that was it. So that was the concrete part. Kind of like got us through there. Um, so yeah, and so you could get an idea with that. But um, get down here. So um, Andrew was saying they took down the fence. So yeah, my neighbors agreed. So the guy who's the contractor there went to school with my neighbor. So he called him up and he said, "Can we dismantle your fence to do this pour?" So they could, because actually it'd be a really difficult pour with that fence up. You just wouldn't have the room. Uh, so my neighbor said, "Yeah." So they unscrewed the fence, and then tomorrow they'll put the fence back. And but my previous neighbor would not have agreed to that at all, who owned that house and had the fence up. So you're still under 1,000 subscribers? No, JLM. Actually, I'm at 1,230 subscribers. So I'm good there. I'm over 1,000. I don't have the 4,000 watch hours. I have like 3,720 now, which is the most I've ever had. And so it goes on a 1 year. You have to have 4,000 hours. And I had a stretch when I wasn't doing content because my book was about to release. So I don't know, like December through April, I was kind of off. Um, and then now I'm starting to build back, but we're close. I can't wait till the first super chat, and it can be for $1, but it's gonna be cool. Um, so yeah. How far do you go? This is Jalen. So I will bike. I will go out 50 miles on a long. Like it's the longest I'll do is 100 miles in a day, and I only do that a handful of times in a year, and I never do that in like April or May because I have to build up to that because I don't bike between November and March. You know, the snow and cold and so I don't bike. Um, but by end of June, July, August, then I'll start with like a 40 mile and then 75, and then I'll usually get up to 100. And 100-mile ride is 50 miles out right and 50 miles back. Not always exactly the same route and stuff like that, but so most rides. So when I get to like July, I'll usually do at least 40 or 50 miles on a ride and mixing quite a few, like 75-mile. Doing like 100-mile, that I plan for. Like I'm hydrating the night, the day before and everything I eat, and I'm prepping the bike the day before. Like I'm scrubbing down my brakes, and um, I'll I'll check the tire pressure every morning before I go, but like I'll really work on the bike the night before, like running through all the gears and everything like that, and fine tuning anything. And I'll have all the stuff laid out in the morning, ready to go in the morning, like all of my stuff I'm going to pack with me. So, uh, but you know, the the thing with a 100-mile bike ride, and I know it sounds kind of crazy, but actually it's not bad over a day. I mean, if it's like 80 degrees and you leave early, it's not, I'm going over paved country roads. It's not that arduous to do. The thing that's probably the most um, arduous about that is just keeping from getting bored. To be honest, like, and I scoped out some new routes in the last few weeks with my car, and I'm like, okay, so like I can take this, and then I bring up a map and what connects in with this road. So I'm like, oh, I could go over here, and then I go over here, and so I found like some really cool places I'm going to add in for next year. Um, but I, I just get bored. So what I do is I bring in that JBL speaker and my old MP3 player, and then the speaker will play for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours easily, because it's just voice, so it doesn't have to pump out a whole bunch of stuff. But and then if I wanted to, I could also bring a battery pack, my Anchor or something, and I could just charge that up or have it running off of that at the same time. Um, but I haven't had to really do that. So that actually is I would say the hardest part of distance biking is just for me, like, I get bored. Um, I still like it, right? But I don't get tired. I just get bored. So I feel like my but your mind really it becomes clear when you've been out biking for a couple hours. Like, so if I'm listening to a documentary about Teddy Roosevelt, like being a police officer in New York, that was when I downloaded. It was really cool. Um, and I'm like, I was ready for that. Like, my attention was like fully there for that. Or, you know, different podcasts I'll download and stuff like that too. Or it could be like a whole audiobook, right? I'll just download. But I'm into it, right? I have options too. If I'm like, I'm not into this today. Like, I'll just put something else on. But that works well. Um, but yeah, it's just I feel like I should be more productive than, like, 100 miles is certainly productive, right? It's great for your body. Um, and as I said many times, I believe biking is like its own medical checkup, right? Because you're cardiovascular. You'd identify if there's issues going on. Your balance, your ability to, time and space orient, right? Like, that you see a rock and you can navigate and you're not losing your balance. You know where you are. I think any muscular or bone type thing is going to show up on a bike ride. If you've been out that long, you're going to be like, oh, like, I've got a weird something going on here in the in the arm, or got this weird crink in my shoulder or something like that. And some of that, you'll just get from bike riding. Um, but I think it's a good measure, because I I come back from a ride. I'm like, if I had some underlying illness that I wasn't aware of, I think it would manifest during the ride. Like, you'd suddenly be like, whoa, like, I'm really winded, or I'm super tired, or I didn't recover from this. Like, the next day, like, I'm not bouncing back. So um, yeah. Um, what year was your head injury? 2016, maybe 2015 or 16. I'd have to go back and look at the picture that I took of myself in the mirror um, after that accident. That was a horrible accident, man. Uh, that was bad. And oh man, I don't even want to think about. I don't want to think about it. But I had it. No, it had to be at least 2018, because my Buick, not the current one, the one I had before that, I got in 2018. So probably summer 2018, I'm guessing. And I was coming into. I made it home, which was pretty crazy. I had like one gear that was. I was able to, like, pedal in one gear, dripping blood down my, like, left hand, like, my whole and my sock was all full of blood, um, and I was just it was just bad stuff. I was probably in shock, and I was still 12 miles out of town, maybe, and it was one of those things that I got up and I was able to like move the bike to the side of the road and pick up the pieces that were on the road. And I think somebody like slowed down and said, "Are you okay?" or something. And I guess I said it, yeah. But but when I got home, I didn't realize kind of how messed up I was until really it was the next day when I came out and the side of the car had blood all over it because like I had brought in the bike and I was thankfully like it just kind of washed off because the car was waxed, but it was really weird. And then you could see like the floor, like where the blood on the garage floor, because I was spending some time like taking the stuff out of the bike and I wasn't really thinking. And I remember I went to the hospital. Um, I don't have this whole sequence down really well. My wife and kids, I think, were at her mom's, so I was the only one home they were visiting, and um, I went, and I think they I don't know how all of that went, but I do know that when I got home, I watched the Dark Knight, the trilogy, right, the Batman, and I watched all three in a row, which was a really strange thing to do after you had just like flipped over on your head. And it was a really surreal, odd experience. And I don't know. I recovered. Like my leg is still like all like fully scarred from that, but there was like no permanent, um, damage from that. But yeah, split my helmet. Um, did I mean basically destroyed the bike. I mean, most of the bike was rebuilt after that. Um, the rims were rebuilt, like all of that. The handlebars were rebuilt, the shaft. For some reason, the front forks were okay. They're carbon. I thought those would be gone for sure. Um, and then, so like the bike is pretty bionic right now. It was just it was bad. And, um, and I think like I had blood labs taken too, and my labs were really off. So it's one of those things of kind of like, if things wouldn't have gotten better, I don't know. But I rebounded like really fast from that. But that was messed up. That was the day when the the town, not the town, but where I was biking through, they laid out I don't know if they do this by you, but it's kind of a thing around here. Instead of really fixing a road, not so much in the city. In the city they repave the roads, but like in the country, what they'll do is they'll lay down this like tar and they'll put small stones on it, like pea gravel, and then they'll just put a steamroll over it, and then that's kind of the surface. Well, there's that never seems to hold up well. Plus, they snowplow that stuff, so in winter half the stones end up in the ditch anyway. But they break loose. But I was going out, and they were doing it like on one side of the road, and I was just like, ugh. Like, and I was coming back, and then the whole road had been done. This is one of those days I maybe did like 70 miles, right? And I'm coming back, and what was happening was there were trees alongside the road, and like spruce and pine and stuff like that. So they're blocking out the sun, but then every once in a while the sun's coming through. And there was this patch where the sun was coming through, and it was heating like those stones right in that tar. And none of that stuff had set up yet. So the moment I hit that with the bike, and I wasn't going very fast, it was like it was a straight. It was flat. So I was maybe doing like 12 miles an hour, 12, 14. The moment I hit it, it was just like just there was zero control. Like the bike just jackknifed. And I must have I the bike kind of I think the front wheels start to slide just a tad like this, and then boom, there was just complete zero because the stones weren't really attached to anything, and it was just like this hot, obviously tar underneath that was very viscous. And then when it jackknifed, well, that was it then, right? Because then you're wheel is perpendicular and the bike stopped and and it just flipped over, and I had a necklace on, and it was pretty rugged, and it broke, um, and it left a pretty good mark on my neck, and I couldn't I don't it was just so fast. I couldn't there was no other way to maneuver. Um, so I don't know. I don't I don't really take precautions for that stuff anymore. Like I'm not like really that was just a weird event. And like I said, I was biking at a safe speed and everything else was okay. Like when I was biking, I wasn't kind of noticing that. I would have maybe slowed down a little bit more, but it's one of those things where like even if I was going like 5 miles an hour, I probably wouldn't have flipped the bike, um but it was that was weird. It was weird. Um so yeah, thankfully, nothing really out of that. How's the new headset feel? So it feels awesome. So thanks. Vanessa said this is my HyperX, which is typically a gamer's headset. So I talked to the head of Wisconsin Esports and I said, which headset do the gamers typically get? And he said, this HyperX or a Corsair. And I went with this HyperX. Although I thought the mic could go on either side, it's probably not a big deal. But my plugs in over here, but it has plenty of room on the cord. And but I do like it to have the closed. I think it looks better. Part of it, right, is just I think aesthetics. It looks a little more professional than the on the ear, and those tend to get sore. And I think this has more of a full voice to it versus my $30 Logitech, which worked well and in a pinch does a nice job. But professionally, I think that's for like meetings and stuff. It's not what I want. Um, so. Uh, So Vanessa is asking about the concrete. So I did share this before. So Vanessa, I will share this again so you can see. Yes, the concrete was poured today, um, and the neighbor's fence got unscrewed, and they'll put that back up tomorrow. But yeah, so the concrete is all in, and this is good. So this is just taped off so they know where the end is. So that'll be a nice clean line when they remove that. But yeah, and thankfully, everything's done and good. And my big concern was that the existing pads might be cracked as they were pulling in with the skid loader, but nothing happened. Everything's intact, everything's good. So yeah, so this again kind of end it right here before, so it goes out 6 feet longer and all of this. So I'm just glad, and it just looks so much better. Like the house looks good and the house is maintained, and then it was just it's all smashed up, weird, kind of like a Badlands, concrete pad over here that was just put on top of a garden, that they probably did themselves 25 years ago. Um, so I feel good about it. I'm and working with the machinery that they were bringing in, that skid steer was coming in on this side, that the steel siding. I'm like, oh God, don't turn by accident and do that because that'd be bad news. But nope, everything was good. So I'm like, and it was 70 degrees and mostly sunny today, perfect, and 59% humidity. So things weren't evaporating at a fast pace. And it's like in the 50s now. Tomorrow will be in the 60s, and 60s and 50s for the next 10 days, no freezing. So like absolutely perfect for early stages of curing concrete. So everything, kind of worked out. And tomorrow they're coming in to, the forms will come off tomorrow, and then they're going to put in, not really backfill, but just bring in soil or topsoil where they dug out all the way around, and just kind of just put that in and lightly tap that down, and the fence will come back up. So I'm really happy. Um, so the colors don't match. Yeah, this will actually lighten up quite a bit when it dries. You can actually see at the front it was starting at the end of the night, but um, so yeah, I'm not sure you can match the 40-year-old concrete. Um, but it will be it is a lighter cream versus darker. So yeah, in a couple days, like this will actually lighten up quite a bit. Um, but I don't know, Andrew. I'm taking it. I'm just so glad that just mess that was on the side is gone. Um, yeah, so that's going to look great. Well, thanks, CNT. Yeah, and they did a rake. They did a or a broom finish on it, so it has um, traction, right? Because winter here, um, that again, if we take a look here, this area right here, when I pull up, nobody can get out this side of the garage, right? Because like I'm pulling up, there's not enough room. So in winter, I'm pulling up like right here. So if my wife, kids are in the back, like you're getting out here. This has now a broom finish, so it has some traction. I'll have to shovel and snow blow and stuff like that. But um, so that was something too, is to make sure we have some traction over there because, you know, that's that's where I live, right? This is winter, and you got to deal with this. And then, if we're not here any longer, at some point, that's going to be a selling feature to have this pad, and then also that it has some traction. Um, so yeah, no traction. So see, like my driveway, I guess at one point was broomed, finished, but that's all worn down over 40 years, and so I usually use ash and from my fireplace on my driveway because I don't want to use salt unless I absolutely have to. Like if we get like an ice storm and it's for safety, just on the main kind of walkway and path down, then I will use salt, which is very sparingly, maybe 3, 4 times a winter. Otherwise, I take ash from my fireplace, and ash will provide a lot of traction. But then the thing with ash, though, is it tracks into the garage and it can track into the house. So you got to kind of put it more toward the road type of your driveway. But ash is really good. I don't really use sand, um, but yeah. So I am glad it's done. And as you said, Vanessa, like having traction out there, because we were talking about finish, and they're like, well, you could kind of smooth trawl it like the driveway, but I'm like, yeah, I mean, it'll over time, like even though it's new, it'll kind of work down. But I'm like, again, people are getting out in winter on that side. That's one of the reasons we pushed it there. And I'd much rather have a little bit of traction over there, right? For people to get off on. And I mean, this will all be, brushed off tomorrow, that stuff and things like that. But oh man, I'm just glad. I am just glad. Uh, oh, you saw the shorts? The one had 5,500 views. So, which was, even though it was 11 seconds, it's like 13 watch hours for that. Just crazy. Nice. RV parking or trailer parking? Um, that would have to be a trailer. I don't have an RV, and with I don't think it would be wide enough because there's actually a gutter comes down here. So that's off right now, but so there's a little bit of it ends right here. So this is 9 foot 6 inches. So that's not going to be wide enough for an RV. And then that's the property line. So where the fence is, that's right on the property line. So the end here, I have 8 inches from there to the property line. So I had all of this, like the surveyor came in and marked it. So you could easily get a trailer over here, and I mean, you could put a car, um, over there too. I mean, as long as part of it was over here, and you'd be fine with that. But it's mostly like it always was kind of this pad to what the previous owner did was they put it in and they put a boat over there, right? So just like a fishing boat. Um, And because it's kind of shaded and stuff like that, there's never going to be really a lot of grass that's growing there, um, and I just want an area, right, where I can put, in summer sometimes we put the garbage bin over here in the recycling bin because if it heats up in the garage, they smell. So we just kind of move them outside. So, you know, um, and this was about as far as I could take this because otherwise I'd start to run in. This would keep going out. I'd run into the property line, and by city ordinance, you had to stay 8 inches away on a slab from the property line. So that's really the threshold right there. But it gives me this whole area I didn't have before. So, and then this bush, is close. So next spring, I'll dig out the fire bush and just basically recreate the circle, but move it 2 feet further. This is 15 feet from the road, so I'll just move it 13. And I think that'll still keep me a foot. If the city puts sidewalk in, I'll still have a foot of range between like the other side of this and the sidewalk. So, but I'm just glad it's done. I am so glad this is done. Um, so Vanessa, it looks nice. We didn't get to pour more concrete block forms this year for patio. So is that because it's just kind of late in the year? Um, Hoping to finish you off next spring. Patio blocks, nice, very nice. Yeah, this probably the thing that was driving this. Well, not the thing that was driving this was that the slab had broken into big pieces, like 4 big pieces, and it had done that a couple of years ago, and the reason was they just basically put it over a garden, right? Like, so it wasn't compacted, didn't have any gravel underneath. Like, this has several loads of gravel that have been compacted underneath. I mean, it's a completely different setup, but and there was part of the concrete was going up against the foundation, and it put an exterior horizontal crack on the foundation exterior. And so we weren't sure if that was going down deeper. So we're like, this is just, it's damaging at least the aesthetics. Now that's 8 inches wide and it goes down several feet. So, and it's not a load bearing wall, not a big issue, but like over time, like it would just continue to damage this exterior wall. So that had to come out. And then when we dug down further, we found out, yeah, it's just kind of limited to this area. But then, I mean, you could have a really big problem. Right now, you have to, if you wouldn't have done this 5 years from now, maybe you got to be dealing with a foundation, um, and then also the concrete pad. So, but yeah, and I'm like, okay, I'm 51. We've been here 20 years, so we might as well do this now, right? And one, while we can enjoy it, and two, like, to safely get out of the vehicle in winter, like we can just, snow plow this over a little bit, and or if people, coming over, like they're our age or whatever, I mean, or family members, they're not spring chickens anymore, so. And I think from the road it makes the house look newer. And I said when we redid the house in 2008, because it was built in 78, it had cedar siding, and there was just a lot of stuff to age the house. So we had new roof put on, new windows, and that we actually changed this. The front of the house looks different. Like the garage was like angled up, and so it has a very modern look to it, and the steel siding and all that. So the house, if you're just driving through the neighborhood, and there's homes like in our neighborhood that were built 10 years ago, um, it, you know, I would say you probably would date this house of being built after 2000 by just like going from the road and looking at it. I mean, you could probably look at the concrete and be like the main driveway and stuff. Although I keep that up really good. Um, and we redid all landscaping, and then we also had that update on that concrete curbing. Um, but the house itself, I think, you'd look at that and say, it was maybe built between 2000, 2004. I think it kind of has like that. First is like 1978. And inside too, like it's very modern, right? It doesn't have I mean, we finally redid both of the bathrooms or a couple of years ago, which was completely gutted to the studs and then rebuilt. And but it is. I think it has also just a really nice curb appeal, and it makes it look a little bit bigger on that side than it is too, without giving up a lot of green space. Um, if you run something right to the curb, then it looks like you have just this massive driveway, right? And then it doesn't really match the house. So I think is a good trade-off. And I also was like, do we do it as a circle, like a half circle, or do we do it like as a angle, like just um, a 45-degree? And I was like, let's do an angle. Um, you have a little more strength in a circle on the corners, but I think the house is very angular in the front, and this stays with this theme of being very angular. Um, so Vanessa saying, I help my brother do second floor bathroom. It feels like a Star Trek shower now. That's funny. Funny. When we had our main bathroom done, we have 3 walls that have porcelain tile, and each one of those tiles weighed, I don't know if it was like 15 pounds, like just every tile. And I forget, so that when they gutted it, then they did, um, gosh, there's a shoe letter or something like that, shoe letter board or something. So the they took all the drywall down and then they put this Schletter board or whatever. It's like green and it's made to hold heavy tile. And everything's held up great. Like, so the bathrooms I think was done maybe like, I don't know, 2016, 2017. But I mean, so it's really nice. We have new cabinets. Like I said, it looks nothing like it did before. Schluter board, I think they call it. Um, but I remember, and then the floor is tile in there. They said, the hundreds of pounds of tile that are in this bathroom. And then they would have to brace it up. So you'd go in and they would do like one wall and it would be all built up with braces. And then after a day, like they go to another wall. And it was expensive. Like I don't know how much a bathroom was. It was crazy. But I mean, also like the house is an asset. We've lived here 20 years and, um, that would you'd get that out of the house when you sold it because it was the original bathroom. And then we had the smaller bathroom completely got it redone too. That one had like a small blue fiberglass shower from like 78 when the house was built that was just put in a modular one piece. And it just looked ugly and it also was small. So when they cut that thing apart and took it out, they were able to we moved one of the walls a little bit and then so the shower now when you go in it's much bigger. So you just walk in over this little ledge and it's all tiled and stuff like that. And it's really cool. It's just really nice. But all the stuff. So yeah, green board for wet spaces. Yep. So that's all been good. Um, Eventually, we'd like to gut the kitchen, but that's down the road. Um, that's far down the road, especially. Well, there's a couple things with with the economy. I'm not going to sink a massive amount of money into a kitchen right now. And we did some kitchen updates when we moved here, but and then the other part is like, could you even get all this stuff? Could you reliably get all the stuff in? Like when we did the bathroom, and the stuff was built and it came in, and we were able to stage it in the garage, and everything was on time. It was back in 2016, 17 when things we ordered and that got designed and built and came in. And I don't think that would be as reliable today. So um, I would be pretty nervous about committing to like a big kitchen thing. Plus, I mean, that's this whole thing like with appliances, right? You'd be getting all new appliances because they would all match. But yet, are they going to be as good as what we have? Not that what we have is like super, super, right? But you know, our appliances all are functional, and so I'm not real jazzed on the whole idea of the kitchen renovation, although um, that probably has to happen at some point. Um, it's Z. Hey Z, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Hi Z. So it is Vanessa saying, homes are never ending updates 1 weekend at a time. Yeah, they are. And I was, just the amount of yard work, right? Because we have a pretty big yard, and I'm like, um, I, and I like that, and I like keeping things, up and current and things. But I think like when you get older, like how do you do it? How do you do it when you're in your 70s to keep up a house, right? Um, and so I went up to my parents' house last week, and they have a house that they built new in 1992, and it's a two-story. It's a big house, and they have a deck on the back, which is probably like 20 by 20, and it's synthetic wood, but it's not like Trex, where the bad synthetic wood, or that stuff didn't really work out. It's a really good quality, like decking grooved wood. Um, and so the deck itself is structurally sound, very good, but they never had it like professionally cleaned. So since 92 till now, basically they would just go with a scrub brush, right? And scrub it down and hose it down, and that would be it. But progressively over the years, it started to, you know, get more discolored from dirt and stuff like that. So just said, we can't get this thing clean anymore. And so I said, yeah, probably need to power wash it. So I'm like, I'll bring up my power washer, and I will also pre-treat it. Like we'll let it soak for an hour, which is basically just degreaser, soap, and Simply Green in a bucket, and lather it up and cover it and let it soak for an hour. And then let me go to town. And it took me over 2 hours with my power washer to get that deck clean. And it was only 48 degrees, by the way, um, when I was doing this. And it looks awesome. Like it looks like new. And I left a section that was, like 1 by 2 foot. And I'm like, here's what it was like when I started. This is exactly what this looked like. I took a picture before and after, um, also. And I was like, you know, and so they were thrilled. They were like, holy smokes. And plus, like, power washer's heavy. Like my power washer, which is like 20 years old, that thing weighs, I don't know, 70 pounds maybe. I mean, at least that much. So like you're carrying it up on the deck, and but I'm kind of, I mean, they have a big house, and I'm looking at that saying, God, I to clean this, right? And granted, like maintenance isn't too big of a thing. They have steel siding, and the house is, because it's new, relatively, modern yet. But I'm looking at that saying, oh man, I just I don't know. But I kind of saw, I saw it in our neighborhood. Like we had neighbors who were in their 80s, like early 80s, and what they did is they started to they they just weren't keeping up the yard right. They were trying to, but they weren't trimming the bushes and the trees, and the in the cracks, like on the driveway, it was all grown up in weeds, and in winter, like they relied on somebody to like come in and plow them out or something. But um so me and my neighbors would go over there, because I mean you kind of understood the situation, and we would help them out. Like either I would mow or neighbor would mow, or else we'd kind of trim the trees somewhat, or like just not like totally go to town, but um a good neighborly thing to do. And like in winter, for probably the last 3 years that they were alive, they both died in the house, like one, and then like a couple months later the other one had passed away. But they're nice people. um they but I would go over and like snowplow, or not snowplow, but snowblow out their driveway and stuff like that. Um, but I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, they they didn't have the ability to do that anymore. We have a neighbor down at the end of the road. His health isn't very good, but like his kids, who are probably like my age, like come and help out. But um, yeah, I don't know. That's why I look at my house, and I would never want a house bigger than this. Um, and it's a ranch, so granted my office is down here, but um, I'm not having to do the stairs thing, and you know, uh, so I'm pretty comfortable with this, right? Like I'm very happy with this. I have some friends my age, and they went out and bought or built like these really big houses. So my house is like 2,000 square foot, right? Um, and but they went out and they built these houses that were like twice the size. Yeah, and here's the room, the guest room, and whatever, and here's like the third stall in the garage. I guess I could kind of use, if my garage is a little bigger, that would be a little nicer. Um, but I'd be like, it's only now it's like them and their wife, or just like the two of them, and they're like, oh, the kids that come back. But I'm like, how often? So you're kind of maintaining all of this. You might have people stay over 3, 4 times a year, if that. I don't know. It just seems like a lot. Um, I mean, not to judge, I guess. I'm just like looking at that, saying that, I've never sat here thinking once like I want a bigger house. I've never had that thought. I thought maybe I want a little bigger garage. I mean, there's nothing I can do to make that happen with the way that the house is. Just because when you get two cars and it's tight. But I've never sat and said, "Oh, I want like a bigger house." So that's maybe a good thing because like you can get caught up in that stuff. Um, Steam and enzymes, yeah. Actually, I didn't have, so my power washer. I wasn't. I was just running off a garden hose um, through the power washer. The enzymes, though, yeah, were working, and I have a big huge handle bristle brush, like a rough bristle, but not. Um, it's made for decks or like siding, so it's not steel. It's not going to mess with it. It's not going to scratch it. But I was using that to go and get in the grooves and soap everything up, and I learned like degreaser is really good on after before you power wash, which I don't do a lot, but everything worked like a charm. Like it worked really good. Um, it was amazing. So actually, let me see if I have that photo. God. Oh yeah. So let's do this. I'm supposed to have firewood delivered on. Um, there we go. Sunday, and there, I just don't want that. So here's the deck. Before this is after I had soaped it all up, right? So this is my heavy extension cord. I don't know what gauge it is, but I used to run like a leaf blower off of that thing. But so here's a separate circuit breaker that's hooked into their house, plus there's a circuit breaker on the power washer. So it's electric power washer, um, 1650 psi, a Durbrand 20-year-old. So I have like a double setup here in case anything shorts, right? That I don't go down with the ship. Um, and then I'm lifting my bucket here. So this is before, and then that's what it looked like afterwards. And down here, um, this is all clean. I power washed that, but the dirt just kind of came back on here because the grass is higher, so it kind of was coming. So my dad just swept this off the next day, and that was just a little bit of pooling water. So that just looked, but so yeah, that's what it looked like after 2 hours, and that's you can tell like the mildew, not mildew, but the moss or whatever that was kind of on there and just the stuff. Um, and then here's what it looked like, and here's what it looks like now, right? which is just like brand new. So, and yeah, so that was cool. I was glad I was able to do that for them. Um, and I think when well, not think, I know when I started, my dad was, he was out there and brought out a chair, right? Because otherwise I'm not going to stand for 2 hours. But he said, um, well, he was skeptical. He he knew it would get cleaner. He didn't know if it would get like that clean. Like he'd never seen kind of this power washer in action and stuff. And I said, no, like it should be pretty much back to like what it was when it was installed by the time I'm done with it. But also he thought it would be kind of a short thing, like 30 minutes. And I'm like, this will take. I knew it would take because they were like when I came up, they're like, hey, like let's sit, let's talk and let's just hang around, chill out for a while. I'm like, well, no, like I got to get out and pre-treat the deck, and then we can kind of hang out for like an hour, and then I need to go back out and start on the deck. Um, so, and then time after that we can obviously hang out and stuff. But I'm like, this is a bigger project than what you think it is, and so I think they were pretty surprised of like, yeah, it is. It is. It did take a full 2 hours after I had soaped it up to go in and to clean it all off. But um, put a hot tub in the basement for heating. Whoa! We looked at a house, Z, when we first moved here. Sorry, the white balance went off. This will become my backup camera. But when we moved here, we um, we were looking at all these different houses, right? And the realtor showed us one, and it was um, it had a hot tub in the basement. And it was a house that was probably built in the 40s or something. And it was just really weird. And they had all this like the wallpaper was like all dollar bills. So it was this weird area. And I'm kind of looking there saying, huh. So I don't know. I'm glad we didn't get that place. We weren't ever like on the cusp of like really being interested in it, but um, so this so this is again this is what was removed. And so like this would be an inch above, and this sank 2 inches, and then this was going and damaging over just the exterior here, was messing with that. It's just ugly. And this was after I had power washed. It was just ugly, right? Um, and so and it wasn't practical, but yeah, and I just hated the look of this. Plus, I mean, plus just damaging, and then this sloped in, so any water, right? It rains, it's coming right toward here. You could never keep a bead self-leveling caulk, and never worked over here because this thing would always shift because, right, it was just sitting on sand that had largely eroded over the years. So, I just am like, puke. So glad that's out of there. You have the same exterior lights. Cool, buddy. Very cool. So, um, yeah, I don't think I have any other. Oh, so I have a picture I took here. I'm going to um, drill a hole and airbag and foam to fill level. So yeah, you're right. That could be. I think if I had an entire slab that was shifting, I could do that. That side was so far gone. But if it was like on my main stuff, yeah, I would try to have that done. They call it like mud jacking and stuff around here, which is pretty common because it's sand soil, and if you don't put down a good base. Um, but yeah, that was. I'm looking at that, and then one is like the pad was just not big enough to be practical toward the front. It had to come out further. So I took this picture a couple days ago, and I'm going to use this in an article or a podcast. It's going to be called Socially Distanced Fire Drill. Might be an article that I write. And so this is a school, which is I live like about 2 blocks up this way. Boom, out here, and then like 2 blocks up. So, but they painted the footsteps on here during COVID, right? Because the kids were supposed to stand 6 feet apart. I don't even think that's 6 feet, by the way. It looks like 5 feet, but um, they painted these. So I wanted to get a picture before they totally kind of wore off, um, because right, it was this weird time when they had kids who would just have to be all the way around the school here, lined up on this way. So I think again, it's going to be a picture, and I think it's to an article or a podcast. It's going to be called "Socially Distanced Fire Drill" because we had um, there was a school administrator in my class a couple of years ago. It was during the pandemic, and he was talking about socially distanced fire drills that his district had done, and it was one of those things that kind of I don't know if it made sense at first. But it was one of those things that sure what we got going on here. It was one of those things that oh sorry, I don't want to mess with my mic here, but I almost did it again. All right, let's keep my socially distanced fire drills was one of those things that seemed right in the moment, because everything was supposed to be socially distanced. But then when you actually thought about it, right, you're like, whoa, this doesn't make sense. Like, why am I doing this? Um, because right, if you're trying to get kids out of a burning building, you're not going to space them apart by 6 feet, or just say like line up and then can you go, and then like 1, 2, 3, you go 1, 2. I mean, um, but again, you kind of had to do that because the expectation was so strong initially when kids are coming back into school that everybody stay apart. So also like as kids got out on the sidewalk, yeah, empty a school out of 300 kids, and then they're all kind of, on the sidewalk. But now they had to be 6 feet, so they're going down like 4 blocks from school. I mean, it's just so this weird face validity thing, um, and yeah, so those feet, those feet ring equals emotional damage. Yeah, that's Bola. That's why I wanted to get that picture, and I was I think I had the right sunlight to get. I took a couple of those, and actually it's good now because I didn't take any when they first put them there, and I think it means more now that they're faded, right? That nobody uses that anymore, but they're still reminders and they're still visible. But again, somebody came up with that idea of let's paint these feet, and they're at the other elementary school I go past too. Um, and that was but right once you get in the building, you're not going to be that distance away from somebody in a classroom. But it's this weird thing. Eventually, it won't be there. No one will really remember it. But like, so this is so Bolo. This is where I was talking about in like CNT and Z. I'm thinking the next time I return to PBS, do the trilogy on school safety. So like right around 2025, right? That one, so first episode was kind of like was more the history of kind of different school sentinel school safety events. Second one was kind of heavy focus on legislation, mental health, and introduction of like deepfake avatars, how that's going to impact safety. I think the third one is going to be this type of stuff of what pandemic safety look like, and to show it kind of in a rearview mirror perspective of like, there are certain things that don't make sense, right? That we did, and we'll never kind of rectify that. And then also the swatting stuff that's happening right now that I did Monday's show on, that will be part of it. And then I think um, I don't know, but like those will definitely be two parts of it. And I think there'll be a big cyber component of it, like student cyber safety, because of the ability to hack information or make further these deepfake avatars. So school safety really is changing. Like I can see these three presentations being all different, but um, yeah, I don't want to really write a book about like safety during the pandemic because I'm just not really excited about that. But there there were a lot of things that happened that people just will never remember that that was part of the pandemic, right? They'll never remember that kids could play basketball in conferences, but they went by the home team's rules. So if you're in a conference and the home team, their board of education said no mask, then you play basketball on that court with no mask. But then if you played your next game away and that school had mask, you had to wear a mask. So like, if you played 2 games a week, like it was all dependent upon the district that you played. It was just so weird. And but people, the other thing I kind of learned, right, is like you don't want to write a book on something people don't want to remember. So, um, and as I shared earlier in the show, I had a really amazing thing happen today. Somebody in the community called me, and I know this person, but I don't know this person well. I know who they are in the community, and they said, "Hey, I've read your book. It's one of my, somebody else recommended it, and I checked it out twice from the library, and I think it's terrific. Velocity of information, love it, and I want to buy it. Like, so, like, where is it sold?" So I'm like, "Well, pretty much places sell books, right?" It's also, if you hang on long enough, be an audiobook if that's kind of your thing. Like, it's done. It just won't release until April 12th. Um, so because we have a number of authors locally, but then like I'm published through my stuff's on Amazon and my books are in like, libraries in Japan and Arab Emirates and stuff like that. And um, so I think they're trying to find out like locally, where do we buy your book? I'm like, well, it doesn't really sell locally at any place. You can get, because this person said I want to get it again, but like every time I check it out at the library, I get 2 weeks and I get like, so I'm like, yeah, you can buy it. So we talked about that, and I said, I'll sign it for you. I'd be glad to do that, and I have my stamp, and um, so, but it's cool. Like I, this person's like, I never really knew, like I knew of you. I didn't really know like that you did all of this stuff. Um, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's cool. I mean, like other people say that to me too. Like, it's kind of weird. My youngest daughter, said to me, I think it's yesterday. Like she said, some of my friends at school like want to meet you, right? Because published and periodically I show up on TV and stuff like that. So that's right. So it's not as thrilling as what it sounds. But it was really cool today though to talk right with someone, and I get that from time to time. Like someone will just be awestruck, not awestruck. I'm not saying that, but the either the books really resonates with them or like one of the PBS presentations, and someone just wants to like actually see if I'm a real person, right? Which I've done, like I've done that when I've kind of contacted people and you know be like, whoa, like I'm really glad to be able to talk to you and tell me more about whatever. Um, but it's been happening a little bit more while I have more stuff out there, and but it's happened in the last month, maybe 3 4 times. So which is cool. I mean, I appreciate that. Um, so CNT, like the mask, you not wearing a mask in some places meant the cops got to arrest you. Yeah, it absolutely did, right? Um, and if you lived in Bellevue, Washington, someone could take a picture of you, like if you were with 3 other people in your driveway, and they could submit that in a portal to the police and other areas in the country. So yeah, that was one of those things at a face validity level, right? CNT, like you're thinking, okay, so police are working different shifts, so there's never a whole bunch together because, right, if someone would test positive, then you'd have to isolate a large number of police. So I think I wrote about it in Philosophy of Information with Detroit. Like there was a high number of officers who were isolating at different times. So then your police force is really thin. So then you're telling your police force this is a priority, right? Versus like, accidents and, just other things that would definitely be a higher priority in a face validity sense, right? Versus saying, oh, like, we have someone submitted a photo of a social gathering of 4 people. And it's so weird, right? And I go back to and I ask the question like, who submitted this stuff? Where is it? There was somebody, there was a town or city that did this, and somebody broke in and got their database, and then they revealed who was reporting other people. So that happened, and I'd have to dig around and find it somewhere. But so you could be like, oh, like my neighbor reported me like 3 times, but yeah, from a face validity standpoint, that was just really strange. Um, and that's when I work with my school leaders and stuff. I'm like, you have to have a really good detector of always figuring out what seems really strange, what doesn't make sense. And maybe like maybe a lot of people can be going along with it, right? But like what just doesn't make sense? And it's there. Like the socially distanced fire drill, like, Z's saying, I'll stick with that. I knew to be true in the 90s. It still applies. Oh, the 90s. Yeah. In my 90s were college days for me. I 70s, 80s, 90s, I loved. Yeah. And I think Andrew, who was in here before, kind of said 2019 seems like the end of the good times of current. And I think there's a lot to that. Um, so CT saying, I think in a year we're going to need a reminder of this stuff. I don't I I don't know if I was seeing in the last day or 2 that this is kind of starting again in the country that it started in originally. So yeah, I don't know. And as Bolo is saying, we failed the test up here in Canada. Heck, I people having bank accounts frozen for making donations, right, to a nonprofit, and I mean, just wow, um, really, really strange stuff. Yeah, it is. Um, Z saying only real protection from a virus is a positive pressure mask, and the real experts are 3M and Honeywell. They will say it's ridiculous. I think to build off of that, right? There's something like you'd almost have to have this custom made, um, and also a mask for a child. If you just have one mask, right? If it's typically for an adult, and it fits a child differently. And um, so this is something I wrote about in the Philosophy of Information, and the scenario I used was, and I talked, I think, I don't know, was it, it wasn't Lee Jarvis on that episode. I forget who was on the show, but basically, you know, at your big box stores or somewhere, there it would have made sense, right, for there to have been some type of machine that would have tested the efficacy of different masking materials, right? Um, and so like you could go in with a bandana, or some people, whatever, and that was just considered. There was really no consistency, right? So that's kind of a weird thing. Like if you're a store, a big store, you'd think everyone comes in, and where they come in, you'd give them, or they'd have somehow they've given a mask that then would be marked with the store logo or something, so you'd know what the quality of that was. And when they would leave, they'd have to dispose of it in a like Sharps bin or something. Um, so you'd always have this inter-rater reliability on. It was just weird, like none of that was there, or even no one really tried that, right? But what we did is like we put arrows on, got to walk down this way and could walk up this aisle. But um, so Bolo saying they reelected the guy in Quebec who locked them down. I would be, and Bolo, maybe this is just me in the States, but I mean, I would think there's an apprehension if you're in Canada, right? Because you couldn't come to the US, you couldn't travel, or if you traveled and you left Canada and you had to quarantine on the way back, or once you got home and back to Canada, right? I mean, I had some friends in Canada who um, completely postponed trips to the United States because I think it was the issue of coming back where they could have to isolate for a couple weeks, and they might not have the option even to do it like at home. I don't remember. I just remember they were like, it's a no go. We are not going to the States. What was it, like at least a year, if not more? Um, so 2019 peak starting to look that way. Um, yeah, it really is starting to look that way. I'm really baffled of how, because when I wrote in the velocity of information, I wrote about the supply chain, like initially in March of 2020 in April, and Tyson Foods saying, we're not going to be able to keep up production, and I said, yeah, I thought that a lot of that was hyperbole, and I still think like what's happened. I think what I wrote in the book was accurate. I think the supply chain stuff happening now is political, um, and I'm also kind of baffled and concerned, right, that capitalism hasn't solved some of this stuff, right? That you don't have some new emergent company, right, that's saying, well, we're going to be the ones instead of UPS or FedEx, or you're not, or you're going to have these, the capitalism usually can find a wedge in to try to get this efficiency, and that's not happening, right? Like no one is cracking that code. Um, you can't get it, and so this is kind of outside of capitalism, right? The energy stuff. I mean, if you're regulated, like my friend Phil Heinrich in Germany sent me a video yesterday. Get this, so he takes his video and he says they are turning the street lights on and off every other minute. So for a minute they'll be on and a minute they'll be off. And so he's like, watch this. So he takes a couple minute video and he's like, and the thing is they're being told it's to save electricity, right? That they don't have enough power. So they're toggling these. I don't even know how this would really work, right? Your light is off for a minute and then it comes back on. Um, but I said, are these like new LED lights? And he said, no, they're the old style ballast. Well, that's going to kill those things, right? Like you can't do that with a ballast, like a fluorescent light. You can't be flicking that thing on and off, or those sodium phosphates. Like those will wipe those things out. Those an LED, yeah, maybe, but I'm just like this. It's a weird thing, right? So the capital systems don't have anything to do really with. They're separated. Ca- Capitalism is separated from energy in respect to like your utilities and stuff like that because they're regulating. And those companies would tell you in their like quarterly reports, like Duke Energy, like it's really hard to try to get a nuclear power plant approved, right? And they're pushing the ESG scores. So you have to have so much, perpetually green energy. And so I'm looking and saying, why don't we have a national campaign on supply chain? Well, maybe we have a czar of the supply chain. I mean, we get people appointed to other things. I know there's a transportation director, right? But why don't we have a czar of supply chain? Why hasn't that become a position? And then so, how, with logistics and the ability to share and 3D print and whatever. I mean, like how, but I mean, it goes deeper into the workforce and things like, I'm just, as you said, Andrew, I'm thinking like the fact, so like after, you know, a hurricane in the 80s or 90s hits an area, that area is, significantly damaged, and then there's a pretty rapid inflow of materials and workers and people to help like try to rebuild that. And then there's also with capitalism, right? They're taking the insurance payouts, and there might be some price gouging at some point, but that's the way that resources are getting in there. And it's like these systems are all gone. Like there isn't anybody making a better mousetrap right now. That's how stacked the cards are against capitalism, which is so. I mean, like I I I'm looking at this saying, yeah, the whole supply chain stuff is the fact that it keeps going on. One, I I'm just stunned, right? The capitalism hasn't come in place, which conveys to me, right, that it's governmental influence, right? That is it's policy driven. We are these are policy consequences that are happening. Um, so yeah, it's kind of like we had innovation, in the 2019, with batteries. I'm not saying like car batteries, but battery life in general, like phone technology and GPS. And we could, just kind of go on and on. And now we're at this just really weird phase. So I think and then there's entropy of systems. People aren't keeping things up because they don't get the parts, they don't have the money, right? So people are driving cars with bald tires, right? And cars that instead of changing the oil at 5,000 miles, they're changing it at 9,000 miles. And so these systems just have entropy. But but it's like, you know, other things aren't being fixed because there aren't workers in the workforce. And I don't know. But there's this perception right now of like I've become very aware like that where capitalism in the past would typically come in, and there would be this opportunity and people that it's just not happening right now. So like supply chain stuff, right? Because um, I mean, this is where you kind of think like, well, yeah, if someone had like a drone delivery service, and you'd have to have like say like a dense community that would happen in, but um, so like now would be the time for that to take off, right? Because you don't have drivers and other things. So how about your drone delivery, or how about UPS gets things so far, and then the drones are carrying things throughout the city. Like, that seems like that should be happening somewhere in a few cities right now, like, that kinda should be in the mix, but, um, I I don't know. I was contacted again by the car dealer where we bought both of our vehicles. I was contacted this week by them, and they said, "Do you wanna sell either vehicle back?" And I've been contacted multiple times, by them with that same question because they said, "We don't have inventory," right? And one of my vehicles, my Buick LaCrosse is a V6. I got 30,000 miles on it. It's great shape. I'm the original owner. And of course, V6, I mean, they don't make that 310 horsepower motor anymore and a little bigger vehicle. And so like those just aren't out there in a gas only option is with that, you know, it's really hard to get those. So people who want them will pay. So they come to the dealer and say, "Hey, do you have anything, or can you get something in auction?" And they're like, "Not really." So then they go back and see like who they sold stuff to, and then they say, "Are you willing to have us pitch you an offer?" As no, just because I mean, works well. I bought it new. I know it's been taken care of, but really weird. Um, Yeah, most masks for high treat situations are fitted to the user and have to be tested on a basis. Yep. And um, so yeah, that's this whole thing of this having to that gets lost, right? No one goes there. I mean, there's so much footage of high school basketball games, and I went to a game at our local high school here and took my daughter there because she's into basketball. It was during the masking time, and the players would have the mask, but they would be pulled down under their nose and a lot of times under their chin. And you could, if you just would watch 5 minutes of film, you'd see the close proximity and see a basketball. You'd see like none of this would have made any sense really, like and or else like if you are doing that and you're going back up and touching, you'd be reintroducing, and I don't know, just but the video itself, like I'm just looking at that saying, this is wild. Um, so yeah, travel is a no-no, below saying in Canada. Um, yeah, I had a friend in Canada who's there was really, I don't know if intimidating was the word for that. There's a little bit of a, I like this. I got to get used to these. I do like them, and I think the audio, but like if I move, I can kind of hear the rustling of the cord a little bit. So I don't know if I got just tuck that in or like take that, put it out. It's kind of weird. I don't know. So I got to think that it's kind of a first. Like it sticks out to me. Um, See, some people are broken now, no coming back for a large number of them. Best to let them be because they can go from 0 to insane split second. So Z, I don't know if you've read my book, The Velocity of Information, um, but I talked about finite voltage and going back to like World War II and the studies on soldiers and civilian populations of, once you hit 90 days in extended chaos, there are some people that hit a breaking point and they don't come back from that. And other people can kind of power through it, and other people, you can see this though, and you probably see this in people, and other people do this crowd-in behavior. They're just going to wall off. They're like, I'm going to, you know, chill out with video games, and I'm going to decorate my house, and I'm just going to put things around me that make me feel comfortable, and I'm kind of walling off from the world, and I'm not going to be an entrepreneur during this time, and I'm not going to start anything new because I'm not even sure I can trust it, right? I'm not going to start working somewhere. And what if suddenly I'm remote or I'm deemed non essential? So these people are really measuring their decisions. I think there's a lot of people like that right now. Um, and, and it used to the point of some people being broken. I completely believe that. I think at 90 days, I think, and this is where Megan is, coming in on Monday, Megan Asui, the fitness professional. And Megan and I have been doing prep on the show for quite a while. So we've got it all laid out. And she's going to talk about the motivation. I mean, she's been working 30 years, has her own gym in Seattle, her own, high profile fitness clients and stuff. And we're going to talk about young people, um, people who are like parents, people middle age, older, people in families, people. I mean, what what happens if you're scared, right? Does that propel you toward fitness? Do you stay motivated? So we're going to get into these things, and then Megan and I are going to pretend we're in this committee, like in March of 2020, of what would we have done to have a national campaign, which I think should have happened. I wrote about it in the book, um, but yeah, you talk about some people being broken, and I referred to it as finite voltage, which is a term loosely I adapted from Dr. John Apple, a military psychiatrist in World War II. I don't think John Apple ever used the actual term finite voltage, but he kind of referenced this concept of basically saying you get to this point. He would see it in soldiers, right, where you'd be on the front line, and after so many days, you'd either be killed, captured, or um, you would be a psychological or psychiatric casualty, right? So, and that was typically 90 days. So that's this whole finite voltage, and it kind of applies to a civilian population. And what was interesting in the book is I was able to see when people pivoted in the pandemic. But you could look at the sales of puzzles and the sales of like streaming services, Netflix and stuff like this and all of that. Um, and also like people, people Amazon would sell. So suddenly, like um, the Christmas tree, right? Typically, your Christmas tree, people wouldn't take it down. So, like in February, they would sell decorations in February 2021 for the tree. In March, it'd sell shamrocks for the tree, and then it was this weird thing. But you could see when people would hit this finite voltage where they would just kind of break. And there are people out there among us like who've been broken, and they probably might not ever come back. And again, you probably know some of these people. Like I know a few people who I don't think they'll ever be like they were in 2019. Kind of like what Andrew was saying. That year where if we go back to things changed permanently after 2019. But um, I, yeah, I just there are people who hit that finite voltage and they never come back. They go through the motions, right? But they are the people who will measure everything they do because I'm not going to like really plan this vacation because I don't want to be far away from home if suddenly the airlines are shut down or um, the non-essential, which happened in a day, right? All of us woke up. Um, they will not open themselves up to that risk. So, and it's also people who have, um, just been through where they had loved ones in assisted living centers or nursing homes or hospitals they couldn't see and they died and they couldn't go to a funeral or these people are kind of like, I'm out, I am going to kind of be a renegade or a recluse going forward. And, you know, um, so I'm going to share this during one of my shows. I'm actually going to do this in a class I'm teaching, but my aunt was um, she went to an assisted living center because of a medical event in 20 I think fall of 2019, and she had been living independently with some family support prior to them, but um, when she went to the assisted living center, um, so one of the things was like I said to her because she was really we got along great, right? Um, and she was always one of these people, like that's in your corner, like those. Sometimes you have those older relatives, like you're going to write a book, go for it. You're going to do a PhD, go for it. Like they're always in your corner. So it's just one of those people. So which I appreciate it. And I said I'll write you a letter every week. And so what I did is I hand wrote a letter on just regular legal. And then I printed off one picture, which was typically something going on in the family. Our daughters were younger at that time. Um, and I would take an envelope and I had these brightly colored envelopes. I still have like some of them. Um, so, I ordered, so they'd be like a bright yellow or, something like that. So they would stand out. And then I got stickers or like, my wife or my daughters would, so wherever we were at, like, we would check if there was a sticker section at the Ace Hardware, and usually, oddly, there was. But um, so I would spend time to kind of like do up the outside of this envelope and to do this letter, and I did that and she passed away in April of 2021. But then all during the pandemic, like nobody could see her, like they shut those places down. Um, so I kept sending a letter, and they would, she would get her letter every week, right? So when she died, um, I all the letters that I had ever sent were she had kept all of them, right? and then they were returned to me, and I kept them. I didn't throw them out because I thought at some point I wanted to keep these letters like in a box and use them in a presentation for the symbolism of of just how we got distance from people, and then this then also you need to really make a commitment to stick with this, right? And um, I don't know. I don't have it all kind of thought out, but I know that those letters, it's important that I keep them, not necessarily to like read through the letters or the envelopes, but it represents also this kind of strange time when you couldn't see people, right? You had to have these other ways. So Heavy Water is saying, Doc, it's almost like capitalism is working against us at this point. Look at Canadians' bank accounts linked to technocracy, surveillance. Yeah, probably somewhat in the US too. Um, yeah, I worry this cord is going to, if I do this, I don't know. I can hear it in the headset. It's annoying. Like there, it's fine. It's got kind of this cloth thing. I don't know. I got to figure out something here. Um, I think that like even investing, right? The ESG score is going to change 401ks drastically, or anything you invest in, or any security you buy, any stock, right? Because those companies are, I mean, they're going to have to make themselves ESG attractive, um, and then you're 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 going to see that. I just, I yeah, I think I think you're right. We have reached this inflection point. Um, the other thing, heavy water. I was reading somewhere about like I hadn't thought about this, but what if there was a digital currency, which isn't that difficult to think of, but what if it also had an expiration date on it? So you know you couldn't accumulate wealth; like it had to be expended. You could only have so much technically that you could quote unquote save. Um, and right, I mean, if you were a politician in a government, that would be very attractive. I mean, it's kind of like the required minimum distributions in retirement accounts. Um, but what if that was that was the case? And I don't know exactly what that would look like, but right, if you had some kind of digital currency, there would be some issue upon date, and then there would be some date where if you didn't spend it, it would expire. Now that's scary. Um, so I was like, yikes. Andrew saying, we live in a finite world. There are so many combinations of stacking elements together. It might not be possible to be as energy efficient as oil. Yeah. One of the things too, Andrew, I think about is, let's look at, so we had like my car, my Buick, my V6 310 Buick gets 32 miles per gallon. And which is pretty good because like when I was growing my first, car, my four cylinder or my first, but my four cylinder LeBaron got like maybe 20 miles to the gallon with a 150 horsepower engine maybe. But the thing is, like we were on the path as a society, right? As humans to kind of be away from oil in the next 30, 40 years, just naturally, right? Like, um, things like lubricants, viscosity, wind resistance, and air and travel and all of that would be kind of improved. Um, gas mileage, hybrid combinations of vehicles would have been improved. But like, realistically, in 30, 40 years, there probably would have been a solid state battery and it just would have been there. Um, and it still would be the case, but then to suddenly say, like, and like we had this, just think of the trajectory from like, or at least like 1990 to now, like in vehicles and then how much more efficient they are and stuff like that. It's just incredible, but that would have kept going. Like that wasn't going to stop. Um, and so this is where it gets perplexing, right? Is this forced change and that's where I was talking with my school soups in the last class, and I said, you know, you have to realize that you're probably 2, 3 years away from when you have a referendum to build a new school. You're going to have a whole area of EV charging stations as part of that referendum. So, like, if you're thinking, we need a new elementary school or a new high school, as a board of education and superintendent, it's probably better for you to do that now than to wait, um, because you're going to have to incur this cost. Now, I know, like, if you look at it the other way, you'd say, well, it's better to wait because then you'd be building in with the technology that's going to interface with what's out there. But the thought would be it's going to be more expensive to do that with these charging stations that you'd be required to put in and stuff. So that's something I said, you gotta be you're very close to that. I said, I would say you're within 3 years away of having referendums, which will just be mandated to include these for schools. I mean, that wouldn't be hard because politically it wouldn't be hard to legislate because schools take federal money, right? Or so like that could easily come out. Well, you're not going to have this in your referendum. Well, then you're not getting your federal funding for whatever. But I told him, I said, who's talking about this with your groups and stuff like that? Your state organization? Nobody. And I said, yeah. I brought up a couple articles and we talked about it. I said, they're younger than I am. I said, this will happen, and it's not going to be at the end of your career either. Like this is going to happen like soon. Just got a bunch of EV power cells for the house. Batteries are cheap right now. Z's saying that. All right. So I think the parasites have learned to control the mind, like the Ganda in cats, where the mice are attracted to piss. I don't know enough about that. Below. And we are a cat family. Z, my dad is retired combat vet counselor for the VA, worked a lot with PTSD. Well, your dad is doing incredible work, so I appreciate what he is doing. If he's done that, and I don't know if he's still doing that, but that is much admiration, appreciation for that work. We have a few VAs in our state, and I know a couple people who have worked or work, and I just have a massive amount of respect for the people who are working to support people with PTSD. And assisted living equals assisted dying. So my aunt was at a very nice assisted living place, and they were the place was clean. People were very responsive, but as but is it Canada, Bolo, where there's an option now? Like if you're assisted living or something, euthanasia is an option for some people. I've read that somewhere, or is it there are some countries. I think I brought that up once on a show. Someone had like a 3D printed euthanasia pod. They could put the pod anywhere, like out in a sunflower field, and you could have these drugs administered to end your life. I mean, it's just weird. No disrespect. Yeah, no, I've got it. When I when I do my walks around town, next to the airport, there's a row of like assisted living centers, and I think maybe like a nursing home is in that too. So they all have like big windows kind of facing the road, which faces the other side as the airport. And in summer, sometimes people are outside, when they're walker or on a chair like close to the door or in a wheelchair or something. Um, and when I go past, so like there's it's probably at least 50 feet to like the door because there's some parking lot area. But I'm always like waving, to people and stuff like that. And I'm thinking because some of these people might not get any visitors at all. Like they might not, and not that I'm a visitor, but at least like that's something, right? I mean, I don't know. Um, Z, that is not what if. That is a plan already set in motion with the infrastructure already in place to support it. When it switches over, it will be seamless digital dollar. Yeah, this whole thing of which I wrote about in Velocity of Information, and I still see this to this day, right? We're short of coins. When I was at the bank in the last week, there was a sign up by the teller, area, and it said, "For our patrons, we'll give you 2 rolls of coins per day. That's your max, right?" Um, and I'm like, we still have this coin shortage, and people are like, "Well, you're not using coins," but that doesn't really work, though, right? Because if you think of 2019, I mean, I I I I, I don't quite get it, right? And I read an article where saying like the new laundry mats are all going coinless, so you basically have to buy a token card that you recharge, and then that's put it in, and it's paying for your. Um, But I'm like, I don't know." And banks seem to have less and less money. Southern Prepper One, watching his channel, he tried to withdraw money, and they were giving him a hard time about it. And just, but yeah, it is. Seems like it's happening, right? The other thing is, I also wonder how many people um, almost want that, right? Like, there are workers who say, "Oh, yeah, just put a chip in my hand so when I come into work, I don't have to, like, log in and where I'm at, and if I go through the cafeteria, they just do it and they automatically take off and, how much my food is," and yeah, no problem. I mean, there are people who do that, and I often wonder, like, how many people would just agree to this? I mean, if you kinda market it right, you had some campaign of, "Oh, it's, like, easy, right? It's portable," and, you know, um you're not bound. Oh, have some like video. Oh, I forgot where my wallet is, or it's gone. It doesn't matter, right? Because it's all biometric and it's all linked to your. I mean, with the right campaign, you really just have to sell 50% of the population, right? You know, and the other part is, what if you build in incentives for that? Um, so yeah, if you're using your biometric, you get 3% back on your card, or not really card, but your account, right? It wouldn't it would it be a uh, I would say it's kind of a complicated thing, but I don't think it would be hard to get your more than 50% of people to go along with this. I mean, you could probably roll it out tomorrow and have 50% of people go along with it. So um, that's the part that I'm like, I don't think people really think about this. And Nashville in 2020 hated cash, so it's cash only. Yeah. Bola saying we got rid of our pennies 3 years ago. Then we got rid of freedom to Trinity. Oh yeah, yeah, we still have pennies here, but yeah, it's those. So the coin shortage I wrote about in Philosophy of Information, and it seemed like it was a transitory thing. Like, well, but it's not, right? Um, and likely will never be a transitory thing. Like, there will always now be this claimed coin shortage. And I guess I don't know. I mean, maybe the whole abandoning of either it's vending machines or else they're just going all card based or whatever. I don't know, but we are transitioning out of that. But right, if we do get into a digital, because it's super short step to go from a digital dollar to a social credit score that's tied to your digital dollar, right? That is a big thing. Uh, so, man, that's one of those things, right? When that it could be the when, assuming like we're not going to get there. But if that happened, like I don't think you can unravel that. I think that's just the way that it would be. Like there wouldn't you wouldn't be able to live without that your critical mass. It's like today. It's like so. Let's say you're an elderly person today. I'll just say elderly, or you could be person without technology, person with disability, person Amish, whatever. I don't know, but if you don't have a cell phone for verification, right, two-step verification, these people are kind of um, they're put on the sidelines of services, right, to get into certain accounts and to do like even like my cable TV thing, like I had to have like two-step verification to go in and okay, but like if I didn't have a cell phone, right, or if you're not savvy with technologies, so you're having a lot of people now who are forced into these things that they don't use, right? Or um, so, and especially like I talk about it in my special education legal class, students with disabilities, you got to have goals and objectives now to work on, you know, uh, understanding how to retrieve digital passwords or that there's somebody working. Yeah, this whole trust level of who's going to be working with somebody for authentication, and they're going to have um, this is just the world that we live in. It's not. It's becoming more exclusive. I think people think it's more inclusive in those areas, and not at all. I think it's more exclusive. Um, so Bolo's talking about a vending machine. Oh my goodness. John Steele. Is John Steele in the house. Are you a prepper? I'm a guy with 12-hour-old concrete outside of my house. Um, I am a light prepper. When I say that, um, in the last 2 years, we added a second pantry. We added a pantry in the basement. Never had that before. Um, and as far as like fuel, I added several gallons of synthetic um, gas, right? That will stay good for a few years, and then I kind of cycle it out. Um, as far as armaments, that was pretty much unchanged. Firewood, yep, I've increased my my cords of firewood by probably 20% over, than what I usually do. So I go a couple cords over because if we don't have now, I'm thinking electrical isn't as reliable. And part of it, John, is I wouldn't even say it's now even thinking that so what's happening in Germany, like Phil Heinrich texted me yesterday and a video he took where they're shutting the lights off at night, street lights for 1 minute, then they turn them on, and then the next minute they shut them off and toggling these lights to save power. But quote unquote, but you're destroying like the ballast. Uh, but yeah, I think so. I've done those types of things, and I've done other kind of subtle things, like make sure I have like really good outdoor footwear that fits me. Like I got rid of a pair of boots that was good, but they weren't comfortable because like, what if I've got to go with these? Um, so yeah, kind of those. those things. So I guess, yeah, to that extent. Not to an extent though beyond that. So Z, thank you for being here. I think you're new. Please come back Monday night, 7 o'clock. Megan Asui will be my guest. She is going to be great, talking about the motivation of fitness. John, she's from Seattle. She has it's called the David Workout Studio there. I think it's in multiple locations, and she's been doing that for 30 years. So you might have heard of her, Megan Asui. So she'll be on the show, and we've been working to build this show, and it is what motivates people toward fitness, and also like this pandemic does a tragedy motivate you, and if not, or does like working as a group, or if you're having a Fitbit and a board. But we're really getting down to it at a granular level of saying, this is what you can control, right, and this is what works, and what she's seen work. And if you were to do a national campaign, what would this look like? So yeah, I got to get up. I got to probably before long here wrap this up. I don't have I have some more kind of university stuff I have to do tomorrow, and then coming back here to finish out the concrete stuff. So install a transfer switch in a portable generator. Make sure the generator has an inverter. Yep, you could do an inverter in your car too to do that. To get power, like in my situation, I can use my vehicle and an inverter to get power, because it's on my property, not in a parking garage or ramp or something like that. But so not new. Oh, Z is Heath. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't know that, Heath. So okay, got you, buddy. So gotcha. Sorry about that. Hey, Heath. Well, yes, I appreciate you. So yeah, as far as so like so stock market was down today a little bit, right? It was up like just 1,500 points the 2 days prior. And I looked at that 1,500 points and said, that's not lasting, right? Like, Dow at 29 and S&P, is 29,000 S&P down. I'm like, I think we're much more likely to go 27, 26, 25,000 as a Dow and the S&P to drop than to go up to like 35,000 Dow again. I think that's going to go that way first. So I'm looking at all this saying, and watching the 2-year Treasury, 3-year Treasuries, started the year at like 0.3%, now be like 4.2%. So I'm really keeping my eye on this stuff, because I'm like, I think there's going to be this boom, this dropout, and I can't see that there's going to be a lot of positive stock momentum coming into the election. Between now and the election, I would think it's going to ratchet lower. So boil water like a Kelly kettle is my peace of mind. So yeah. Yeah. I think yeah, I've done more kind of like just holistic thinking. I don't know. Okay, as a father, like my daughters, like what's the world that they're going to enter, right? And um, I don't know. I don't know. Um, so Bolo's saying, I'm expecting a big head fake to do the same fear and greed rather than a total collapse. So yeah, I, th- I mean, I think it would be difficult because it's probably least likely we would see a total collapse. I think this continued entropy and just ratcheting down of expectations is probably realistic, right? Like, I mean, it's like people buying a car now. They expect, well, I'm not going to have a chip for the whatever, the Sirius XM radio or the heated seat, or the emblem's not going to be on the front of it. I'll take it back to the dealer, right? And they'll put the Ford emblem because they're not in stock. I mean, weird things, right? I think people's expectations will be recalibrated downward. And, like going out to eat, the food's not going to be as good. The portions won't be as big. Things aren't going to be in stock at the store. Like that was shocking to us 18 months ago. And now it's become the new Taurus, your routine, just what people expect and what they. So so it's like gas, right? Gas is still, I mean, it's like 4.50 a gallon or something like that here. So if it goes down to like 3.99, there's this big thing of, oh, like look, it's under $4. It's like, yeah, but it used to be like $2 like 2 years ago, right? So this little bit that you get back that is then oversold to you as, oh, there's some big achievement or there's this big regression to the mean. And I'm like, not close. I mean, none of this is close. And that's where I kind of felt too, like, this concrete and all this project. Like I wanted to get this done before, because I think it's a smaller business that did it, although they're a legacy business, they've been in town. But I mean, what if they're not here in spring because, of not getting supply chain interference, and I just can't keep it going. Like I want some of these things almost to be done while the services are here, I guess. Andrew's saying, we'll be Brazil in 10 years, South Africa in 20 years. So, yeah, I don't know what turns this around, except also, I mean, what the news portrays is also different than what's happening in big swaths of America, right? Like Cajun Navy is in Florida, right? Texas Navy, those folks like loosely affiliated or have poured in and are helping, and but the news doesn't really cover that. Um, you know, and like that's God, I think Neil McCoy Ward, has done a couple shows on this in the last few weeks. Yeah, and he analyzes like these headlines across the world or even country and stuff like that, and how they're just the same exact headline verbatim, right? How somebody wants you to think because the media, right, is owned by people and who want to influence. And um, but I'm like, oh man, organically though, there is a lot of good stuff. Like the students in my class, like these are good people who want to do the right thing, and they work hard, and they and in my neighborhood, like my neighbors are good. Like the neighbor let me have part of the fence taken down so we could put the concrete in, and but so I don't know, not that isn't also eroding, right? um and I think this whole thing of diplomacy is gone. Like we should really see like some rising like diplomatic star with what's happening in Russia, Ukraine, and we don't see that. Like at least the Jimmy Carter. Not that Carter was great, but like put an effort out there, right? Um, was it Eisenhower? Um, but you know, and I share that with my students too. I said, I think there's a whole part of your role which no one is telling you, and that's to understand negotiation and diplomacy. And I said, to really be taught it, like Chris Voss, the former FBI negotiator, who, by the way, like it's like $30,000 to have like an hour with him, um, but you can find a lot of his stuff on YouTube, presentations he's done, and like his book, "Don't Split the Difference" or "Never Split the Difference." Um, but that type of training on how to communicate in high tension environments, right? Which um, and how to move people forward, and I have this in my next class. One thing, a lot of people write this, and I got to drop this assignment because I don't really like it. It's not doing what I need it to do. But um, when you talk about shared vision, so that's a term that comes up in class. It's because it aligns with like state and federal stuff. But um, I said, well, what is shared vision and how do you kind of accomplish that, right? Shared vision in school as a leader. So people write a lot about like you have to have a shared vision, and it's like everybody who's in that and throughout the organization, kind of horizontally and vertically, needs to have this shared vision. Okay, which I get, right? But like, what is a shared vision? What are the components of that? So like I'm grading papers now, and everyone can say yes, you need to have a shared vision. You need to listen and form this. I'm like, that's true, like that fits. But if you do that, that really won't be a shared vision because somebody has to be a leader in this, right? Like somebody has to be like, this will be the vision. Like there has to be a person, a leader who says, here's where we're going. Um, and you can't do this as a committee like that. You, it's like having a committee pick out your next fire truck, right? Like just of community members. Well, I think it should have like this type of pump and it should have this colors and whatever. Like there's people who know that have to do that, right? So I look at this stuff and I'm like, I don't like, and I think no one really hit it. Like no one tried to break it down. So I'm like, nah, there's a few things. One is like honesty. The other is you have to have these kind of Chris Voss negotiation skills, which aren't innate. You have to like learn these and debate. Like you have to learn actual phrases and how to have people allow them to say no. Like, is it crazy that we would have esports here in 2 years? Well, no, that's not crazy. Like we would introduce esports in a school, and we're kind of talking about like how to get into that because some schools are starting to do it. But um, and the other part is like you have to be looking down the road. You have to say, in 1 year, here's where we're going to be. 2 years, here's where we're going to be in like 5 years. And you know, and people don't do that, right? The shared vision gets to be nebulous. Like all students will be in an inclusive environment and support it. Yeah, but that's not really a shared vision, right? So how do you get a baseline and how do you move toward that? So actually, I made this activity. I think I have it actually over here. I'm going to do it in class, this activity, and I have to print this up and I'm going to hand it out to everybody so I can kind of work on it individually. But it's like a kind of a group. I've never done this before. But I'm going to have the word, the shared vision, and like I'm going to have the future as a special education director, a principal, and a board of education member. Like all three of these people are leaders, right? And they all have to plan for the future. So, but a shared vision is different. If you're board of education, your shared vision is thinking about electric schools. It's the electric future, right? That's where you're going. Is you're thinking about electric and whether we're going to fund virtual classes to virtual or to electric buses to solar powered schools. I mean, you're thinking electric schools, board of education. Principals are thinking about like personalized learning, the one-to-one devices and how to expand that. So maybe a teacher from anywhere in the country or world, like you could be teaching a student, right? That you'd be able to contract these classes and do these types of things, right? So they're really looking at hybrid learning models. Like that's their future. Maybe students are taking half their classes online. Maybe the school is able to rent like an instructor part-time from somewhere. And the special education director might be thinking, oh, the future is like AI devices that anticipate students that helps to branch where the disability might be, or it could be like robotics, right? As a robotic aid and also as a robotic like support staff, or like even we talked uh, of if it's even like prosthetics and things like that of we talk like video games in class of how you can have these adapters modified and there's like a player who has a device he controls with his mouth. He's a quadriplegic He's one of the high-ranked players in high school. Um, so like you have all three of you have different visions, right? So those are all things in your lane. So when you do the Venn diagram, I'm going to build this out. Like what's in the middle of that? And it can't be something real obscure, like all students feel included. Like, because that's now, like you're not aiming toward that. Like you hypothetically, right, could just, you should be doing that now, but if you're not, like that should be something you could do tomorrow. But what does this middle part of the Venn diagram look like? I don't know. I've never done this activity. I think it'll be interesting to do that, but they so it's a good assignment in that way that it is forcing them to try to make something objective, which I think is very subjective. Like what is a shared vision? So maybe that's good. Um, but I don't know. I have to work with that a little bit more because I don't like the current format. Everybody answers it in the same way, right? We'll value everybody. We'll do input from all stakeholders and stuff. And then again, I'm like, yes, yeah, it's good. It's good, but right, you're kind of missing out on that. There's a part of this also. The part of this too that you're missing out on is you have to be one of the people that helps transition people forward. So it's kind of like time, right? You have experiences to move through time. The more experiences you have, the sense that you're more time passages. So you have to change things up like on a more frequent basis and give feedback and move people forward and also say, we're going to be here, boom. We either accomplish or we got close, boom, simulate anneal, we're going to move to the next thing. But um, so I've got ways to do that. And students really get into it when you present, because nobody else does. Nobody else gets into that. Design by committee is how you get platypuses. Yeah, this was a big thing about 20 years ago, and it was big. It was big in superintendent world. So big that in my state there was a superintendent who was like 28 years old, right? This young guy in a bigger district, and one of his selling points to the Board of Education to get hired was, I am going to develop all these committees so we get people to feel vested in their schools, right? So committee on transportation, on allergies, on curriculum, and I mean all whatever it is. Like the guy assembled or worked with the school, right? And they assembled these committees, right? So, but they would have community members and parents and stuff. But what happened was these things didn't have the expertise to make these decisions, right? Um, and he would basically whatever they came up with is what he would go with. So the committee made the decision, he'd submit it to the board, and then the board would be like, "Oh, look at this." And but you don't have your experts making decisions; it's all diffused, and then something wouldn't work out, and suddenly, you know, well, we asked for this, like to change all the bus routes or to change this, in town. So now all these kids would be picked up at normally they would walk if they're within like whatever blocks of school, but now everybody's picked up. Well, okay, that destroyed all of the bus routes and the timing, and now school's not starting when it's supposed to, and it's creating its other. So it was like not a problem that really needed to be solved, but maybe a couple people thought, well, this would be nice to do, right? Not understanding from like a transportation director standpoint, but here's the other consequences. Um, so that as a soup, if you could just facilitate that, you never had to be responsible because you say, oh, like the committee made the decision, and you know, um, if that still exists somewhat, but it kind of died out, um, probably about 10 years ago. But for a while there, that was a big selling point to come in and say, I'm going to be the person who's going to facilitate these groups on everything. And so character comes from pain, and learning programming makes a Borg. Yeah. You got to learn, um, you have to have the right to rigor. And I talk about that in my classes. And it's not only for students, right? It's also for staff. You have to have the right to rigor, the right to be challenged, the right to have struggles. And right, there's a there's a difference, right? If you're struggling, if you perpetually are struggling and someone isn't helping you move forward, it's an issue of task analysis to break things down, or there needs to be more professional development or more coaching that's put in. There's other people who just kind of get dropped off somewhere and administration forgets about them. So, but people have to figure out their own system, right? Like if you're a new teacher, you have supports and stuff, but you have to figure out what works for you, right? Am I going to be a Google Docs person? Am I going to, what is my style? Am I going to do? Where am I going to go with rubrics? Like, what's my, and it's not going to work out. Like I've teaching 19 years and I'm just changing up stuff in my class. And I'm a PhD level professor. I mean, I'm just saying you got to have that. And then as Bolo was saying, right, you as students, the right to rigor, right, to be challenged. And now we've changed it where if you're challenging somebody, it's almost like this microaggression type thing, right? It's like, in the schools, they got rid of A, B, C, D, F, and it's just like, a one, a two, or a three. And a three is like just emerging skill or something. Or they're like terms that don't really relate to anything that people can kind of understand. And so it gets weird too. Like that gets, um, because there is this right to rigor, and I think we're taking that away from people. So I don't know for what it's worth, but so I like this headset. The only thing is this cord. I have to have some solution. I don't know if you hear it on the mic, so maybe you don't, but I hear it like when I move. Like now I don't. So I don't know if I have to um, loop this differently or how I would even. But see, like there, I can hear it. I guess if I didn't have I still hear it. So yeah, if I'm like now I don't. Um, I don't know. I mean, realistically, I don't know how much I'd be using this mic. I mean, and once I have the Shure mic, that'll probably be mostly the podcast mic, and this is going to be the mic for maybe a few podcasts, but maybe mostly just communicating with people. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Well, folks, forget. No, it's okay. It's not a problem. I can hear it though. Like it. I don't hear it through the mic, but it. If I just do this, it travels right up this cord, and it goes. I can hear it, and this is a weird fabric type material. So maybe I need to like put a sleeve on here. I can hear that. I don't know. It's like if it was just a cord. I don't know if it unplugs here. No, that's permanently built in. Um, I don't know. I'll come up with something for it. So Ron, you got to sleep. So do I. I got to get up tomorrow. Thanks. Congrats on the concrete. Thanks. Hopefully everything looks good tomorrow. And they're like, oh my goodness, look, it didn't set. So, but it's all soup. But no, um, and yeah, I'm going because I don't really have to do a whole lot tomorrow. But what I do have to do is I have to be up early and move the vehicles out. Um, and then I need to do a lot of grading tomorrow. Um, so, and I got to talk to I got to get the wood delivery postponed. There's just no way I can do that on Sunday. Um, so I don't know. The concrete thing really stressed me out. It just did it. So we're okay with it, but I, I am I am not someone who I write about like my Taurus, and I don't like things being out of unsettled, right? I don't like having an area on the side of my garage where there's the concrete's gone, right? Like, and like it has to be made whole again. So, that type of stuff if there's, I've just fixed things. I have to have like this threshold, right? And it served me pretty well in life, but it really kind of manifests. I could see that in the concrete. Like it was this level of anxiety, and I recognize it. It's just kind of a thing, but um, and yeah, cut the cable. Yeah, you don't cut the cable. Uh, so I went with cable because wireless, well, then you have to charge them, and then also like I've had interference down here before on wireless stuff. So I don't know. I'll have to do something. Like I like the headset, and maybe it's just what I'm wearing today is not as conducive to this, or I gotta come up with something. So it's got this nice little controller here, and you can do like a 7-1 surround if you're listening to audio, like not really podcasts, but music and stuff like that. And so this is cool. So all right, well, everybody, Monday night, 7 o'clock. It's already out there for a show. Like you can already do the little notify me thing. So again, Megan Asui. So it'll be a great show. And yeah, I'm big time looking forward to that. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watch hours. Thank you for subscribing. It's awesome. So, all right. Take care, everybody.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who let the frogs out? Pew, that stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no, my cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the Decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday. Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach.